All good.
Nuggets. All right. Well, let's bring it back together. Let's talk through the crypto checklist. I mean, passwords being stored. Anytime when we're doing information gathering for an application and it accepts usernames and passwords, this is going to be on the list, right? How are passwords stored? How are tokens generated for sessions? What did you find out? Number one, how are passwords stored in Skia Django? I feel like we should have Jeopardy music when I ask those questions, Ken.
Well, you know, we do normally have some form of entertainment going on.
Yes, that's true. Cool. Yep. Yeah. So, Michael, where did you find that? Yep. No custom hashers. So it depends on the version of Django. Django docs. Yeah. Yeah. How Django stores. Yep. There you go. You got it. Yep. Auth hashers. I'm looking at auth passwords, but it's very similar, right? There's the different hashers that you can use. So this would be the indicators that I'd be looking for in settings.py. Right, good, Jeremy. That's the same place I ended up. But yeah, in settings.py, I'd be looking for the password hashers variable to see if it's actually using something like, because I think you can go all the way back to like if the possibilities. It can go all the way back to like MD5 if I remember right. But it also supports things like migrations where it'll migrate or it'll upgrade password hashes from like old insecure versions to new ones if you want to go that route. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so all the hashers. So unsalted MD5, crypt password, if someone's using this from like Django 1 or old versions of Django. But at the very least, you know, we should be using bcrypt or higher, if not just going with the default. So that's good there. Okay, what was the other question? What about token generation? Oh, JS scripts. Are you talking SHA 384 to ensure they haven't been modified? Yep. Good call. Like I didn't even think about that one. Bottom of base HTML, but we are actually doing hashing of scripts to make sure that they are, that they're secure. So if we're looking at templates base, as we're pulling those in, we'll see it there, the integrity check for style sheets and for the scripts that are being pulled in to make sure that they aren't being messed with. Right? Good call. So there's a couple different places, but I don't see any indications of MD5 or anything along those lines. Now that was a different case in Behemoth, if I remember right. Like we saw some indications of MD5 in there, or we saw the MySQL 5 password, which I have serious doubts onto how secure that actually is. But I started that research. Did anybody else get into passwords for Behemoth? Or can tell us what the hash was that was being used? Doesn't look like anyone's answering there. See a lot of modals, valid password, submit password, but it's all being passed into the database. What we were looking at before. Update password, but I do see. because it is using that MySQL 5 password as we're creating those SQL users and we're doing the auth controller. So if we look in, here, I'm going to change my share here really quick. This is what we were looking at yesterday when we were talking about authentication, but now we're into crypto. We need to dive into it further to actually figure out what the implications of MySQL 5 password are, right? And what that actually, what a hash corresponds to that. Let's see, MySQL 5 password hash. That doesn't actually tell me anything. MySQL 5 password function. Let's see what that corresponds to. Somebody talking about hashing functions in MySQL. Trying to figure out if that's actually anything that interesting. Looks like it's a longer hash, right? From what someone has, it's a SHA-1. Okay, where'd you find that, Nathaniel? I'm just dropping through Google right now. I should flip back to the screen I was looking at.
So I was looking through that last night when that one kind of popped up, and pretty much people going have said it matches out to SHA-1 for trying to go and do that, but it's complete. The exact hash is completely undocumented, and so subject to change on the back end without notice.
Thank you, MySQL. That's awesome, right? I guess that's Oracle now. They own MySQL. So I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Good find. Definitely a good find, right? So this is an example of what's actually being generated. So yes, that does look like SHA-1. If it is SHA-1, that's an insecure algorithm. There's all sorts of problems associated with that. We don't know if they're doing any sort of salting. It would take some investigation there. My gut feeling on this is, if it's not one of the algorithms that we trust, like Argon, like PBKDF2 or Bcrypt, let's drop it and let's move over, right? There are implementations for those algorithms in Node or in NPM. I'm sure we can find a library that does that for us that has been vetted. So instead of putting too much more time into it, let's move on and make that recommendation and note it as a finding. So good call, nice find. All right. What about token generation? What was the security flaw with token generation in Skia Django? I think if we're looking in settings, that should give it. I think it's the one that we've noted already, right? The secret key is hard coded, so rotation is going to be a problem. But otherwise, it's using the proper middleware for sessions. We're not using pickle serialization. There's an issue with Django's pickle serialization that allows for remote code execution. So those session cookies should not be pickle serialized, because when they get deserialized, there's an option for doing the code execution there. Cool.
Yeah,
okay.
That actually brings up a good point about serializers in general.
Yeah.
We haven't touched too greatly upon it, but serializing libraries, anything that's doing like Marshall style, like Marshall deserialization, serialization, YAML serialization, deserialization. JSON's typically pretty safe, but anytime you're doing some transformation of data, you need to be sure that you're using the correct, not just correct serialization, because honestly, that's kind of a statement it's really a false statement, because serialization, deserialization is a tool. how you use that tool is up for that. That's where you can introduce a vulnerability. So for instance, like with Marshall library, there's usually a safe load option, the same thing for YAML. And that's more intended for user supplied input, whereas just straight up loading and serializing and deserializing user supplied input more often than not leads to remote code execution. So something to note. I know it's in our checklists online, but we haven't spoke to it. So consider it having been spoke to, I guess.
So yeah, make sure that serialization is in there, right? Like that's going to be, I think that falls under injection usually, or it might fall under crypto too. I can't remember which checklist it's under right now. Good. Okay, so that's cryptographic analysis. I think we've got a couple slides showing. Yeah, here's sessions are in Django contrib sessions. That's where we're actually seeing it. And this is convenient, right? But watch out before pickle serializer. Like again, the Django documentation is great for warnings on security issues, like things that you should be watching out for. And then make sure your secret key is safe, but it's not, of course.
Yeah, I've seen like where as it pertains to sessions, I've definitely seen custom frameworks, like custom piece together as well applications using different middleware and different libraries where they set up their own session handling. So if it's not like this is another thing where you should also like dig into how the framework's handling something. In this case, sessions, because specifically for serialization. One last thing on serialization. That can, like, for instance, I looked at a pyramid, which is like a Sinatra, which is similar to Express in Node or Sinatra in Ruby years ago. And that was what they decided to do, was use pickle serialization to load and unload sessions. So that's obviously really bad from a security perspective. So if you see something that's custom, it's very likely that they might be doing something like that. Anyways.
Yep. Yeah. And I mean, part of me understands, because they're trying to do something similar to JWT, where they've got some data in the session object or the session value that they can reference, right? Whether that's IDs, whether that's maybe timestamps. I get the inclination that developers have to push to use serialization, but it really shouldn't be in an insecure manner, and it probably shouldn't be in those sorts of locations. So, okay, so that is cryptography. There's a lot to crypto, obviously, right? Like depending on the application, that's how much time you spend on the cryptography checklist is going to vary wildly, depending. Yeah, since some code bases will implement crypto or will be doing something specialized, others will just depend on the normal libraries, and you'll have to do some key checks, make sure that there's nothing in settings or configurations that allows for exposure. So that brings us to the last review item that we've got in our overarching list. Again, you're going to come up with your own bespoke process about different checklists and different checklist items. We've grouped them in this way because it works for us and it covers our bases. But if there are items, like if there's maybe like a cloud section that you want to build out that's a little bit different, that looks for S3 URLs or something, other things, you are more than welcome to do that. Obviously, right? Like it's just going to depend on what works for you for the code bases that you're looking at. Most organizations come up with their own list that is standardized across the board, and then we add to it or we remove from it depending on the application that we're looking at. So our final item is configurations. And this is going to be very customized to the application that we're looking at. Obviously, like configurations in Python Django are going to differ from Python Pyramid or Flask or Rails, right? We're going to be heavily involved in reading documentation to see how the different settings and the different configurations affect the overall security. So noting initially where that documentation lives is very important for the configuration review that we're getting into here. Any configuration could have security implications depending on what the flag actually does and what it tells the overall framework and language to do. It is highly specific. Administrative functionality is something that we find quite often, right? For Django, for contributed, libraries, for frameworks, we enable that and it's a part of the framework. And at times we have to turn it off. Recently found, default passwords. If anybody's dealt with .NET, there's a package out there that's called Sitecore, right? It's this package that people buy that helps run full-on websites, whole CRM library. I recently ran into it, like an admin section that was enabled on a public website as we were doing an assessment and was able to log in using the default creds. That is exactly what we're looking for in the configuration review. What components, what things are enabled that maybe the developers didn't realize as it gets pushed out to production or development or even into local development environments, because they have security implications.
Java is a good example of this, by the way. Java is like,
yep.
I mean, it's hard enough to get a Java app running, period, right? Like it really is, it really can be. And also to then make your configuration changes and actually have the right configuration change and have it stick is its own thing. And I'm not even talking about from security. I'm talking about just trying to change configuration files around and guess which one is going to be the right one and which it'll actually take. I have a special hatred for the Java web ecosystem, not Java the language, the web ecosystem. It's pretty next level how much I hate dealing with Java. And that's one of the reasons. But this is where I see in the past, I've seen probably the majority of like major config flaws inside, especially when it comes to administrative functionality being exposed, is just because of these XML files where like there's like 14 that all have the same name and different file structures. And then like one of those is actually what affects like the admin dashboard / default credentials, which are stored, of course, in the XML. Why wouldn't they be? And sorry if I sound salty, but I am. And
well,
also that salted. Sorry.
We dealt with this. Ken and I we've built a number of insecure applications over the years, right? And .NET and Java are always like, it's so easy to screw this up. And especially from a Java perspective, because XML and all of the settings in XML can be modified runtime. Like I'm looking at an example here for just like Spring Framework, like their security settings, right? This MVC config. If someone implements this web MVC configurer, they can actually change anything that's in the XML file that was actually implemented initially and was hard-coded. You can change it on the fly and basically just nuke the security of the application that you're dealing with. And I think that's what you're mainly running into with Java is there's no set standard on that. Yes, developers will come up with their own standard on how they deal with it. And most of the time you'll find it in the same place. But we've run into it here and there where, they make changes to the security settings within the code as opposed to within the XML. And they get it to do what they want, but it's really difficult to tease that out or make those changes. So, yeah.
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 It's just, yeah. That's all I can say is, yeah, it's frustrating for sure. But yeah, like just to touch upon your first slide too, under the configuration review, we didn't really explicitly call this out, and I want to make sure it's explicitly called out. We talk about source to sink tracing, right? Primarily because when you hit an application, there are like the specific routes that, well, there are the routes that get defined by a user or a developer engineer, and you can look in the config routes and files, or you can look in, wherever the routing is defined is what I'm trying to say. You can look at it wherever the routing is defined, but understand though that the libraries included in an application may have additional URLs. They're not anywhere visible to you unless you were to say, maybe if you dump out the map URLs in Django or one of those run that style of command on one of these other web frameworks, or using a library that does that for you in one of these web applications, you won't see them. Or I guess if you're spidering and you get lucky, or you're guessing files and directories, I guess there's another way if you're not talking about static analysis only. But even then, you're hoping to get lucky. So what I recommend is, dumping the list of known routes, not just the routes that are inside of like the various places they could be inside of an application. And then secondly, like doing your homework on whatever big library is inside of the application, for specifically if it's got user management, if it's got some administrative portal functionality, and I'm not even talking about just like an admin interface. Sometimes you see things for like Sidekick is a good example. Sidekick is a library that allows you to manage your Redis queues and flush those out if you'd like. And it needs to have administrative or authentication placed upon it. I'm bringing this up just because a lot of the times these additional URLs are a result of including a library in your package. You may not know they exist, and their accessibility might be dictated and controlled through a configuration file. So that's the first point here. The second point is that we mentioned the configuration review because it may not even be part of your routing altogether. It may be that some of the most important or critically or security critical components of your application live in a configuration file, and not necessarily anywhere between a source and a sink in terms of like where a user will directly hit on your application. So the mapping is great for understanding like each of the routes that somebody can hit on an application, and seeing along the way where their input will be, or how it will be handled, how authorization's occurring. All of those things are great. But again, it doesn't mean that these configuration files will have any part of that flow. So you have to separate it. And we have in our checklist, in our template, a separate section that is important files, may even say configuration files. And that's where this is going to go. It's like the important security impacting files. That's where we'll create a checklist.
Yep. And I mean, to Ken's point too, you start thinking about .NET projects specifically, right? They've got like their application.configs and their server.configs that end up being scattered across different libraries and projects and have security implications in each one. So depending on how those services or how those projects talk to each other on the server during like runtime, though they have serious implications or they may have no implications, but we have to understand that in order to get through a configuration review and actually assess the security of an application. So
yeah, and I do want to share my screen if you don't mind, just one
Go
second to give another thing here. Share my second desktop here and do an atom on config initializers. This is Skia Rails, and inside, if I could type, inside of the config initializers directory is typically, again, remember this is an opinionated framework, so it puts things in like a specific file and folder structure, which I find to be pretty cool. But anyways, these are all configuration related files that are important. And we talked about devise. If you remember yesterday, we showed authenticate_user exclamation point as an authorization function, which was defined inside of a library called devise that was included inside of Skia Rails. And there is this, config initializers devise. And this is actually how the security mechanism, because remember, devise is how you authenticate people, right? The actual security relevant bits of that are actually stored entirely in that file. Did it bring it up? Yeah, it did. It just didn't bring it to the forefront. A lot of this is sort of, grayed out. But these are important security impacting options here. You can have your mailer, you can specify some of the things that are commented out, are stuff like this. sorry, zoom out so you can read it. So this key, it could be like the email that you want to use. It could be a username. It could be something else. Some of the interesting things are like, can you do you have to require email confirmation before you allow for, exactly, it will change confirmation, password recovery, and other workflows to behave the same regardless if the email provided was right or wrong, does not affect registrable. Oh, sorry. So config paranoid, true. If I'm not mistaken, that's actually more about enumeration, I think. But where I wanted to go and show you was, yeah, so you can allow unconfirmed access. You can say, I need to confirm an email address within a specific amount of time. You can choose the keys for that. A lot of like, you can't do password complexity here. You can do it in the model if you override the device's model. So you can totally do that, but it's not in this file. Your regex, you can harden. Again, you can just do a lot of things in here. And this is pretty exemplary of most security impacting libraries. They are usually controlled through a configuration file somewhere in the application source code. So that's why I'm kind of just showing this and giving some awareness there.
Cool. All right. Actually, I did want to show this really quick too. Oh, okay. Open that back up. Okay, first of all, we're looking at my list. So speaking to what Ken said about the different configurations and how it affects an application. Right? So if we did the show URLs, we looked at all the endpoints for Skia Django at some point. But if you did show URLs, you'll notice that there's the URLs that we found in routes.py, right? URLs.py, which is, okay, admin, it added all that functionality. But there's stuff in here that I'm not quite sure what it does, like your admin autocomplete, admin, URL group, some of the group ones and things like that make sense to me, or changing passwords of users, all that kind of stuff. But there's others in there that may or may not have security implications. And we should investigate what that actually is on top of, some of the others, right? To-dos completed, like these password reset, these are the Django contrib auth views as well. The only ones that we've actually defined that are custom to our application are anything that starts with intro, which is only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these, as opposed to the other 20 that are there. So we need to understand what those implications are and how those are actually controlled. Right. And that's where the configuration review comes into play. Let's see. Okay, it's that one. All right, so let's flip back over to, this is a running instance, right, of the Skia Django. Allows me to change passwords and do the to-dos and everything like that, right? Just like we expected it to be. Whoops, except ID is not defined, so apparently it's not completely working. Surprise, surprise, right? All right. So that's the review, vulnerabilities. We kind of talked about those, open cloud storage, other problems that exist there. Incomplete configurations. Maybe we didn't specify something like leaving out the password hashers probably isn't the best idea. Leaving out like the password complexity restrictions that we want. There's more things that should be defined in configuration than maybe is in there, especially for Skia Django. We don't know how about Behemoth or some of the others. The other thing that we always do at this point is the SCA, the software composition analysis tools. This is the section where I always run these to see if there are dependencies, libraries, or services that have known vulnerabilities. So dependency check, GitHub's Dependabot, Sneak, npm audit. There's multiple tools to use, and depending on the framework or depending on the application that we're looking at, the language and framework will determine which of these different resources I use to scan for known vulnerabilities in the libraries and frameworks that it's using.
Also, on that note of dependency weaknesses, I wanted to just point out that you may not, even if you run a tool, there may be a vulnerable library that it does not pick up on. And the reason is for their pattern matching. So you're probably like, what is that? What do you mean? Let me explain that thought. So if you, what I've seen in the past and has led to some serious vulnerabilities, and I'm thinking about one specifically, Seth, the last time we were working together. There was a fork of, I want to say I think they used a fork of a Shopify library or something like this. It was something along those lines. You know, because you knew the customer well. I don't know if it was Shopify. It was some sort of like open source, like pay for your product checkout cart thing. I can't remember who it was. Anyways, they had forked that library and they had made some tweaks. What they didn't do was keep that library up to date, and it was just an insecure fork. Later, like a couple years after they had created that fork, they were still using it in their application, but there was like there were a couple major critical CVEs discovered in them. The signature matching for the tooling didn't pick up on it because they had like some post fixed like numbers and characters and stuff like that. So it didn't pick up on the fact that that library was actually like, whatever, I'm just going to call it Shopify version, whatever. So it didn't actually catch that, but those forks, if you see a fork or a vendor, we call it vendored in, where there's like a copy of a fork or a copy of your version of a library, vendored into the application, meaning it's in the source code. It doesn't pull it in remotely anymore. Be very careful to check when the last time it was updated was, and then check the version, and then look for manually search for any known issues in those versions. That's actually how I found that issue. Completely owned that application. If you remember, Seth, like literally like became the owner of that application, the admin owner of the application in like no time, because of manually digging into like how up to date is this version, checking it out, seeing there were CVEs, really easy CVEs to take over really easy to exploit CVEs to take over the application. So just do some manual work there if you see stuff that's like non-standard packages being vendored or called in.
Yeah.
And then also, like, one other thing too that I think is important to note is, in the case that you have custom libraries, or I shouldn't say custom libraries, but let's say sometimes what happens is a company will say this library is very critical to the security of our application, or these 7 libraries I know we do that for sure. And these libraries are important. We don't want them being pulled from, say, npm or NuGet or wherever, Ruby gems. We don't want them being pulled in from there. We want this pristine copy that we know of from our package server. So just be aware that as of recently, most package managers have allowed for the ability to say, hey, only these specific libraries can be pulled from only this specific source. This is the case for npm. This is definitely the case for Ruby gems. Most package managers are now building this in and not allowing you to have a situation where you call out for, say, a library, it checks your server, doesn't see it for whatever reason, and then calls out to, say, npm. So there has been a change. Make sure that any security critically impacting libraries are using the new annotations that say, hey, only allow this package to only be downloaded from this one source. That's what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So this one, so I'm just showing an example of a package, right? It's now like npm. You guys have actually, it's now a security package, right? So it's been completely nuked. Yeah. So you can't actually look at it, but let me see if I can find he's put it on GitHub, right? The initial package on this, it was taken off the npm registry, but for a long time, it still existed out there and you could install it. The only thing that it had was a pre-install script. But if we look at that, this pre-install script, that's index.js. Isn't that just under package.json? This is the only thing that it does, right? Was somebody playing around with one of the repositories, and it lived out there for a long time, an rm minus rf. Right? Like this is obviously this would be a bad thing to install from an npm perspective. So there are malicious packages out there, which is why people vendor in, like Ken is saying, to make sure that they're getting something that's stable and expected. But at times, like it's just a fine line to walk, and it's difficult to maintain. So those are the sorts of items that we're going to be looking for here. The bug here, admin, initial default password is admin, right? I can't even remember what package this is now that it's, but it's fairly standard that most large installations have some sort of default admin account and default password that have to be changed, and it doesn't always happen. From a checklist perspective, any of the endpoints that are interesting that we've identified earlier, are they done? Are they enabled through the configuration? Are they properly protected? And then what other security protections should be in place within the configuration? So we're going to have to dig into the documentation at this point. And then does the current language and framework that's being used, does it have security issues, right? Are they running an old version of ASP.NET that we know has issues that Microsoft has patched, or an old version of, struts, right? For, or whatever configuration or whatever package they've chosen. Are configuration controlled security headers implemented? That's a good place to start. Like Ken was talking about CSP, but even, simple cache control settings and XSS protections, some of those other headers should be enabled at an application level and often aren't.
Yeah, sometimes it's in the environment files for the framework where you have to go in and explicitly say, like, put on no sniff, put on, if you're doing something with like cores, X-frame options with, say, only this domain or no domains, just deny everything. Yeah, there's just various security headers that you typically do manage through configuration files. So anyways.
Yeah, let me see. I don't think that's actually in here. NPM audit doesn't work. JS scan, no. So, Rails, let's see.
We can always do that together if you'd like, Seth.
Yeah, do you have it up and running that's actually working?
Skia node? Or which one?
Yeah. Either one. Oh, NPM audit works for me on Skia node. So let me flip that over and I can show it. Yeah, we don't. Let's not worry too much about building out the checklist here. All right, like we'll show this one, and then we can move on to the actual exercise where we start to analyze VTM. So let me. So for Skia node, right? As long as there's a package.json or package-lock.json, you can run npm audit, which is a built-in dependency checker to see what's out there and what has known vulnerabilities. It's been a while since we built this, and so you'll notice that there's quite a few issues here that have been discovered, right? Man, I'm like having to scroll all the way back up here, right? Yeah. So it looks like
there's probably a lot of things.
Critical sandbox bypass. Yeah. A lot of this probably isn't used, but you would want to clean this up. You'll notice that there's a lot of these have npm audit fix that's available. So it'll like bump you to the most recent version, and you could still run, but you'd still want to test it after running it to make sure that, you didn't change anything. Prototype pollution. This is pretty common for JavaScript applications. Uglify, so okay, 16 vulnerabilities, 3 moderate, 4 high, 2 critical. We probably want to force that issue and actually check that out. So I know when we initially built this a couple weeks after, wasn't that when one of these came out, right? Like the Lodash vulnerability, or maybe we've fixed it since then. .prop is there, right? But some of those RCEs and other things can have pretty severe effects as far as the application if we are using those libraries in that manner. And I do get pushback from developers from time to time when they're like, well, yeah, we're using that library, but we're not using that dangerous function, right? And I'm always like, really? That's the response that you've got? Not, hey, I'm just going to go upgrade. It's, I don't want to do any work, right? So you've got to balance that as well. But most of the time when they recognize, the developers will recognize that this is an issue.
I don't usually get pushback, but I get prioritization questions. And that's just, I mean, that's too contextual to give you an answer for every single, some blanket broad strokes answer. But yeah, that's usually when I see that it's just a matter of like prioritization. And even if it's not, even if the function they're calling isn't vulnerable, it's like, all right, well, just be aware that, that's the one place it was found. There might be other issues inside of that library. So it's best to upgrade for sure. And also, it's a state and time. It's like, all right, well, right now you're not calling that function. What happens later if someone calls it? So yeah, it's just best to it's just security hygiene.
And then let's see, like JDE survey. I'm not doing that right. Not calling dependency check right, but there's, what am I doing there? File. Oh, -- project. That's what it is. Nope, never mind. Okay. We'll skip over that. Like we can run any of those. Do you want to show the Rails brakeman check or for?
Yeah, I mean we can. Here, I'll go into it.
Finance does not like that excuse.
Yeah, here, I'm sharing my screen now.
Okay.
So I've already got Brakeman installed. So it's actually really crazy simple to run. So I'm just going to output that result into an output.html file. Few warnings here. So this is what Brakeman gives. It's not necessarily, let me see if there should be a CVE. Sorry, go down here. Yeah, so if you see certain results, oftentimes, sorry, what I'm trying to say is sometimes there are results in here that are CVE related. And sometimes there are results that are just, it's a mixture of sometimes there's not, I guess what I'm trying to say is, how do I summarize this? Brakeman's output will co-mingle vulnerabilities that were written by developers with vulnerabilities that just like are arising from CVEs. So sometimes it'll say, oh, this application is vulnerable to SQL injection, but the reason is the version of active record it's using, and maybe it's not even using the method that's vulnerable. Still time to upgrade, but I guess my point is it doesn't separate that visually. So you kind of have to go through the results one by one. Sometimes it'll say sometimes it'll be pretty clear that it's a CV from the description. But a lot of times it's just a matter of, as you're digging through, you'll find like, oh, okay, this is actually because of a CV. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah. Oh, this is on Railsgoat. No wonder these results look insane. Because these are all terrible things to do. That's metaprogramming right there. Constantize. That's always fun. That creates a string and creates it. Basically, this classify and constantize, it turns a string into an actual object in the code. So I could put in, for instance, for that class parameter, I could pass it lowercase user and classify with uppercase that string to user with a capital U, and then constantize it, actually invoke user, like the model layer user
Yeah.
object. Yeah. And you can actually, I've got examples in Rails Code of actually like weaponizing that to have like system commands. So that's always fun if you're interested. And then I can run it again on Skia Rails. Apparently not. So never mind there. Apparently that's broken. But yeah, that's kind of what it's really not. There's not a lot to show you here with Brakeman. It's pretty good. If they're also up here, it gives you some information if if there are issues with I forget what this gives. Like it's version issues, but not necessarily just like CVE related stuff. So it's a good bit of data that it provides you, but like I don't know, it's not really super something I need to be super detailed in talking about, I think. But if there's any questions on this, I'm happy to take any questions regarding like Brakeman versus Node Scan. I mean, Brakeman's just for Rails. It does not work with Sinatra apps. It has to be a Ruby on Rails application. It doesn't work with like I said, a Sinatra app or any other like ad hoc weird Ruby app that isn't a framework like Rails or isn't specifically the Rails framework. Node.js Scan works on pretty much any Node app, though I caution again, like it's pretty good, but it's not perfect for sure, and can oftentimes result in a ton of findings that aren't true or a ton of false positives. Commercial scanners, I won't really get into things that you pay money for, but I'll just say they're not any better, to be honest with you. I think that what I've had the best success with is like honestly just writing rules in SemGrep or writing rules with CodeQL. Either of those two are free. You can write your own rules and go along. There's a Go scanner. Oh man, I think it's GoSec or something like that. So there's like various open source scanners out there to help with some of this stuff. Brakeman does actually review security impacting config files too. So if you have configuration files that like, I don't know, you're doing something weird like overriding the new serialization, which is not Marshall, and going and reverting back to Marshall, you can like do that in a configuration file. It'll catch stuff like that. So that's pretty useful for those things. Is there anything I'm missing, Seth? I feel like maybe there's something I'm leaving out.
No, I don't necessarily think so. We've got a couple examples in the next couple of slides on configuration issues that we've caught in the past, right?
Oh, this is a good question. How much time do you typically spend looking into exploiting dependencies that are flagged as vulnerable? Seems like a lot of time. The CVEs are very contrived, not exploitable within the application. That's absolutely true. And that's why this is part of like cryptography and misconfiguration. A lot of those things are caught with automation, right? So like we tend to put that towards the end of the assessment for that reason. Just because like to your point, you might get a lot of CVE results and they may not be very valuable. Now, in the case where it's a critical CVE, especially if it's like a higher critical CVE, I will look and see how far I can get into finding out what exactly makes it a critical or high, how to exploit that. Just because if at that level of criticality, it's pretty important. I mean, now that's if I have time left, right? If I don't have time left, I'm not going to dig in at all. Like I might dig in out of pure curiosity, like I said, on a high risk and a critical, but if I'm getting towards the end of an assessment and I don't have time and I'm flagging CVEs, honestly, I'm just going to do what Seth said. I'm just going to dump that list out and say, look, here are libraries that are outdated. Just update them. I mean, this is more relevant or more true with, I would say, JavaScript that gets included. Like you see people include a JavaScript theme or some jQuery, and then you run a tool and then you get a ton of jQuery related output. This was especially true with retire.js when it first came out. You just see like tons of results on jQuery. So in those cases, again, it's just better to report on like, if you have an older version, go ahead and update. I'm not going to spend a ton of time digging in and trying to exploit it. Especially if I don't have a live running copy of the site, there's really not like any reason to try and exploit it. I'll just list it and note it and give those results.
Cool.
No problem.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, and that's what I would go back to as well. Like I do the CVE stuff, but it's kind of surface level, right? Like because I typically don't have an extended amount of time to dig into that, right? I'm more concerned about the custom stuff that people have developed and pointing them in the right direction there from a consulting perspective when I'm coming into an organization than I am about, okay, I know these CVEs are out of date. Maybe if I can exploit one, I may dig further, but that's usually where I call it. So Java Spring configuration, in this case, right, the H2 Spring console is like a database console that is fairly easy to turn on. At least it's there, but you'll notice that the configuration itself is just username and password SA with no password, right? Which is bad, obviously. So, and then here's session state again, SA, like this is .NET. They're connecting without a password. Yeah, it's pretty easy to find in a configuration. You start looking for things like password, and automation does find a lot of these, and it'll tag it. But you will have a lot of false positive. That's the name of the game when it comes to automation. You have to tune it, and you constantly have to be looking into it. All right. Any other questions on anything at this point, right? Security configuration or security misconfigurations as it is. We've got additional resources. These are all linked, so they'll be in the PDF as well. Some of these we used to build the course out, these secure code review checklists and code reviews, input validation. Obviously there's other places that you can turn to for a lot of these, or just Google, and we'll find a lot more information there. All right. Ken, do we want to take a quick break before you jump in? I think we've got like a good hour that you can do the review, right? The VTM stuff.
Yeah, I don't care if it's 5 minutes or whatever. Like I would like to grab a cup of coffee to have while I dig into this, because just so everybody knows, what we're about to do is walk through VTM together. I'm going to apply all of the various bits and elements of what we've talked about for the last 2 days, and basically tie together this process end to end. We've walked through some of the initial upfront work. We've talked a lot about the individual items inside of our checklist reviews, because that's important. You're going to use these checklist reviews in the future. We want you to have some stories that we've given you to sort of reflect back on, that keep these things like in your memory space, we'll say, so that as you're going through checklist reviews, you can have some of that to draw upon. But now the real interesting part is taking all these various bits and then just applying them into a coherent methodology, which is what we're about to do. But to do that, I need coffee. So I need at least like a few minutes. I don't, what are you thinking, Seth? I just need some coffee. That's it.
Oh, yeah, let's go with, I mean, we haven't really taken a break or given people a break up to this point, right? So I know they've probably taken them if we needed it. So let's just do 15 minutes and start back up at the beginning of the hour. We'll talk through a little bit. Like, I know we've got a section in here on reporting, right? But that's going to we'll address that as we do the walkthrough on the stuff that we're finding and what we're dropping in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's just start back up right at the top of the hour. Give people some time to take a quick break before we dive in and do the vulnerable task manager walkthrough.
Sweet.
Okay.
Sounds good. All right.
All right. So yep. See everybody back here in about 16 minutes. All right. Looks like I got somebody in the waiting room. Oh, did we miss? All right, Ken, you ready for this?
No, yeah. It's, hey, where's that? Sorry, real quick. Where's that list of for the cleaned up URLs that you did for me for VTM?
Wait, say that again. Where's the
cleaned up URLs that you created? You created a list of those. I just can't remember where.
Do you need me to just dump one again? Is that what you mean? I'm trying.
No, I can do it. Don't worry about it. I just I was trying to be lazy in terms of not lazy, but trying to
be lazy. Yeah, it's fine.
No, I just don't want to like spend a bunch of time formatting it in front of students. That's why. I guess you could call that laziness, but it's more about just like I'm not wanting to eat a bunch of time. Yeah.
Here, well, I'm gonna hand you the screen.
Oh, 1 second here. Just get everything set up correctly. All right. Awkward silence. Awkward silence. I had to go get. You know what? I'm just gonna have to end up printing this entire list out. But it is what it is. Whatever. Yeah. Anyway, so I thought we had that already formatted, but I don't remember where it's at. Anyway, so let me just share my screen and get started. If you do happen to find that list, Seth, so I don't have to like format.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now.
Thanks. So cool. All right. So first I'm going to share, and then I'm going to talk through this real quick. So when I say talk through this, explain sort of the idea. Let me see if I can get this control to show chat so that people can chat. So I've got the Zoom chat up here. I don't know if folks can see it. I'll put it on another screen so you can't see it. And I'll be like checking it up here on the screen for your input. I will be physically driving here and of course guiding along this effort, but I will be asking questions and I will be looking for your individual inputs. What's this? As you find the list, is that what it is? Thank you.
Yep, that's it.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't want to repaste this in or reformat it. It just takes forever and blah. Yeah. Anyway, so cool. So first things first, we've got to get started in understanding and learning a bit about this application. By the way, this is my favorite part of the whole. Well, second favorite part. My actual favorite part is at the end, seeing everyone's methodology put to use. But this is my second favorite part of the training because it's practical and we put it all together and it's fun. So first of all, where do we start? You can unmute yourself and say something. You can put it into Zoom chat. But yeah, where do we start when we want to get to know the application? We're going to do the behavior profiling, tech stack, and brainstorming of risk. And actually, on that note, let me actually paste in the example template here to keep us on target with our note taking. And I will, by the way, for these VTM notes, I'm going to put them up on that handouts folder when I'm done. So everything we do here will actually be available to you. Our notes will be available to you after we are finished. So let me remove this. But what's the first thing that we've got to do here? README. Close. That's the second thing. The first thing is the commit number. But that's good because you're on the right track. So I'm just going to copy and paste this commit number, and then we will take a look at that README. Cool. So the README. All right. So first thing that strikes me right off the bat, says it's an intentionally vulnerable task manager. Tells me what it's about. Tells me what the application's purpose is. Not quite the whole story. There's a lot more to this application than it just being an intentionally vulnerable task manager, which is what we're going to be doing and digging into. But yeah, usually this is where we'll get a description of the application. We see that it's using MySQL admin. We see that it's using Python 3. It's using pip for the package manager. And it's calling in the requirements.txt. So we have a file that we should be taking a look at, right? That requirements.txt is a package. It's a list of packages that comprise this application. So we need to look at that. We need to figure out what libraries are in there, what versions. If we can figure that out, that'd be great. Also, you see we are loading some data from fixtures. Fixtures in Django land are, it's basically seed data, or data that helps you basically creates your structure and seeds what I'm trying to say, for development purposes, like local development for purposes, it seeds your database with data. And then we have a username and password if we wanted to run this and log in, which we absolutely will do because it's always fun. Let's see here. So let's first dig in to our notes and let's talk about these components here. So we know it's using MySQL. I'm going to annotate that. We know that it is using Python. I think I saw Python 3 actually. Yep, Python 3. And presumably it's a Django application, but let's first check the requirements.txt. And we have some libraries here that are of interest. Also, we see the MySQL client reinforcing that we are using MySQL. So we've got Django 3.1.5. That's important to know. Seth, it looks like you updated this thing. Yeah, you did. Oh, perfect. Yeah. I got new challenges.
You got there's new stuff in there. So
awesome.
There's new stuff to find.
Yeah, I'm like, wow, this is okay, cool. This is the first time I'll be doing this version of it. So sweet, even less that I know about this thing. I don't know what any of these things really do, to be honest with you. This is great. I don't know what any of this does. So I legitimately have, what the heck is SQL? All right. So first of all, I have no idea what SQL parse
Ken's
is.
going to go down rabbit holes now. Let's see how this works. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea. So parse SQL statements. Non-validating SQL parser. It provides support for parsing, splitting, and formatting SQL statements, but it doesn't do anything in terms of like security at all. Split raw, perfect. Oh wow, this should be wonderful. You threw in some stuff that's is awesome. I'm not even like, for the students, I'm not joking. Like I didn't even know he did this. So this is all new to me. This is not an exaggeration or some theatrics. I just genuinely never. What's PyTZ? Olson TZ databases. Olson TZ database.
Time zones.
Time zone database. Olson time zones reported. This is all about time zones, huh? Okay. All right. Notice I'm not really doing too much right at the moment. I'm just keeping notes, right? I'm not going down rabbit holes. I'm just kind of like, all right, what is this stuff? What does it do? All right, so then you've got screen, don't know what that is. Let's find out what screen Python library. I wouldn't necessarily do, just so you know, like if I've got 400 of these libraries, I'm not going through every single one, but because there are just not that many libraries here, we're fine to dig in a little bit on these, because I am actually also just curious what what's set through in here. Screen count width. Okay, this is something where, like, if I look at the home page, oh, there's one watcher and one fork and 0 stars. So this is console screen, terminal width, and so on. Okay, maybe it could just be that it's like, you know, not a widely used what am I trying to do here? Could be that it's just not widely, or that it's not used because it doesn't really do that much. But it is interesting. Requests. Or I guess it'd be just Python. Simple HTTP library for Python. Huh. Oh, Seth, did you do that, or is this Django? Or I guess I shouldn't ask you. We got to find it out. I can't tell if it's just because of Django doing that, or if you actually explicitly because I can't tell that right off the bat, I'm going to do a get blame on the requirements.txt. Cool. So it looks like Justin introduced this. Interesting. And because I have access to it, is it under Zachly?
Oh no, it's under, I think it's under
Red.
Seth Law.
Okay.
Or Redpoint, Zach, one of the two.
There you go. Okay. I want to go in here and take a look at the blame here. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, I needed that. That's awesome. Great. Very cool. All right. So we can see there's some, some, oh, that's great. All right. Sorry. All right. So down here, he has request.get, request.post.get, requests and request. This is important to note. There's plural and there's singular. And this I'm going to verify, but I assume that's Django's, like, you know, you just get a request and you do something. And this requests, however, should be the actual imported library. And that's doing something different. It's getting the URL file. I guess that would be, what is that? Well, I'm not going to go too far down the route because it's going down the rabbit hole. But I see that there's some use. It's making a request for an image. Cool. So on behalf of the application. So if this is a user controllable field, then yeah, probably some SSRF there. So I'm going to make a note. That's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting indeed. So let's see. Here's another pro tip for y'all. If you're ever curious, you can certainly do this on whatever, like Bitbucket, GitLab, doesn't matter what you're using, where you can always kind of like get a, what am I trying to say? Sorry, let me view the file. You could always go in and get a permalink, meaning, I can, as long as this repo is on whatever, you know, Bitbucket, GitLab, GitHub, I can use the permalink functionality to always be able to reference that specific line of code as it was in the commit, and it uses this hash to denote that. And that's great for when you're writing up your recommendations. When you have found something and you want to point to it, I do this all the time when I write up issues and I say, hey, look like at this line there was some problems, or these lines there were some problems. So yeah, that's great. But one thing a lot of folks don't realize as well is that that's usually built into IDEs as well. So if I go to view.py, what line was that? 172. They usually have library packages you can install, or it's built into the IDE where you can do something like, and this is just Atom, you can do like open on GitHub or open on Bitbucket, and then you just copy the URL and that gives you the permalink. This is like really nice because I don't have to navigate to a web browser. I can just go to like whatever line I want. And it looks like this is, what did I do wrong here? 174. So I'd open on GitHub, and then if I paste that in, it's going to take me to the same place. So nice little feature functionality there. Anyways, so going back to it, I am going to leave a note for myself, and I'm going to, I'm going to have that because that just looks like a regular hyperlink when viewed. This is markdown format I'm doing right now. So I'm going to go back into the requirements and see if I can move this around. There we go. And did I look at XLWT? I don't think so. And what is as? What is that? Ooh. Standard for asynchronous web apps and servers to communicate with each other. Ooh. That's spicy. Very cool. Okay. That's really good. So this is about service-to-service communication. It seems, again, something I'm going to want to dig into. But for now, I'm just going to, leave a note. So. All right. Very cool. This is like, oh, I'm sorry. I put this under framework language. Sorry. These go under third party. I just realized that. All right. Just because that'll bother me. All right. And then there was that XWLT. Ooh, spreadsheets. All right. So now I know this generates spreadsheets. Now we know we got to look for CSV injection. That is going to be on our checklist. So we already have a few things here just right off the bat. Which are, we need to look at Django 3.1.5, see if there are any just naturally known vulnerabilities in 3.1.5. Also, we need to start looking at like dangerous ways to do things. So for instance, if we know we are using Django, we know we need to look for how we can do things unsafely with HTML template language, with ORMs, with configuration files. We want to make sure we understand how authorization functions operate in Django. And we're going to want to know in terms of the language, if there's any known issues with the language. We talked about being thread safe, line by line execution versus asynchronous execution or concurrent execution. And so we need to be aware of like any language issues there. And also on the language note, one thing we didn't talk about is that when we, and we are going to do that and demonstrate it and talk about it, is like system injection. Usually that's command injection or making system calls. Usually that's because it's using the languages built in, like IO, for instance, or system, or popen, various things like that that are prone to command injection if you're allowing or applying input from users. So that's an area we need to look at. And just right off the bat, we know like SQL injection. We need to look for SQL injection because we're using MySQL. So in a pretty relatively short period of time, you've really only been going for about 15, 17 minutes. We have a lot of potential leads and areas to kind of navigate through. And that is just from the very initial, like really not even digging in that much first part of this. So now we've got some more questions to answer, which are like, hey, what does this do? What's its business purpose? We do know it's a vulnerable application, but we also know it's a task manager. And so I'm just going to call it a task manager, and we're going to go from there. So let's dig in a little bit. Seth, anything to add before I start going into other parts of the application?
Not really. I mean, if you were asking me questions on the behavior, right? Like I would probably tell you that it is for an internal code base, right? Task management for, an internal customer. Holds project information. There's admin, manager, and user roles. Aspects that concern the client the most would be access to projects and tasks that are not assigned to specific users, right? So sensitive data. Is that what you meant, Ken? Sorry, I was just kind of going off that list there.
Well, mainly just asking, sort of like, is there any files I should have checked out before I go further, which is what I'll do next. So, which I think we're good.
No, I think, yeah.
Yeah. So before we begin mapping though, can anybody tell me any of the other files that we might want to review? We talked about this yesterday, but we also talked about a billion things yesterday. So that's why we're doing this exercise together, just to reiterate. So when you did your mapping, what other files besides README did you happen to glance at to get some information around this application, or any application? I mean, this is agnostic to the application. No answers yet. I would say, we saw inside the README that there is seed data, right? Which implies there's some structure it can provide us with in terms of like, how users are set up, what that looks like. So under fixtures, I kind of do want to dig in here and take a look at some of these. So I heard was that in our Slack? Yeah, hold on, let me look. Start with README. Anything that has an interesting title might be worth looking at, such as files, folders, reset file, etc. I agree totally. Yeah, you have a good point. Like, what is this files? Like, what is that? We see some configuration files. Definitely interesting stuff. So I'm gonna take a look in a second in like the files folder that you mentioned. And I'll just continue on this route and then look at that like I said, like you mentioned. So first things first, right away, there's something that should like not be License might be a good addition to README. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, actually, I didn't think about that, but you're right. The license might actually provide some good value. Like one thing it might provide you with, and I always love this when people put their names and their email addresses, like I touched this code, primarily because I like to go and see what they're, yeah, there we go. Nathaniel got it. A guy saw something. Yeah, MD5 for passwords. So if you look at the password hash, it right there says it's MD5, which is like, we didn't even try. We're not even trying to find vulnerabilities, and like we found a vulnerability, right? So let me start there and make a note. So I'm just going to go under important files. Where was that? User.json. So I'm just going to put that under. There you go. Cool. So there's the first one. And I'm going to say shows MD5 in the password. One thing I don't show here, but I often do this in my own notes. Like if we're being honest, I usually have a other section here called notes, and I put in stuff like shows MD5 in the password. And then that way I can kind of comprehensively go back to all the little notes that weren't put, either weren't put in one of these other sections, or I just wanted to aggregate and surface it for later for like follow-up. But yeah, for now, for this exercise, just following the template as is. So shows MD5, if I could speak. So first of all, it shows us the model, so we know where to look. That's actually really incredibly helpful. We know where in our model files to take a look when we want to see, like where user specific attributes are controlled. Obviously, it's like injection, mass assignment, all of those things. It's good to know. Fields. So this is actually really important for us because we want to know, like, we don't have a lot to go on here. So in terms of information, so we need to find out like roles and what kind of users we've got. Admin@tm.com. So first of all, we know there's an administrative account. We know that there is the concept of is super user. There is a staff role as well. We know that what is the other thing? There's a group that they also belong to. So we have to look at groups next, or at some point anyways, to ascertain what each of the group's roles basically do. As we go through, we can find out, like, okay, hey, look, there's still TM folks, TM folks, TM folks. And then here's an email address down here that's not TM. So if it's me, I'm going to say this is both internal and external users. I'm going to note that in our notes. And the reason I say that is if there are email addresses that are going to be outside of TM, then there might be the expectation. And for this exercise, we're just going to make that assumption that it's both internal and external user data commingled. Now, this is important because we've been told that sensitive data and being able to access the data of another individual is a problem. Well, now that we know that the actual company dog foods and uses their product, then we know the escalation has a different meaning here. What I'm trying to say is if somebody's working inside of, like, they could very well be using VTM to manage their projects and manage their to-do items. And some of those to-do items might be around bugs that exist in the application. And so it brings on a whole, when we go down to brainstorming risks now, we should definitely put in, hey, look, being able to access somebody else's to-do might mean being able to access the very company that built this product's to-do, which then in turn might lead to, at the best, probably exposure of like user and proprietary corporate data. At worst, maybe serious security bugs that exist in the product. So these are the things that we need to know. Now, we don't really know about the PII type stuff until we kind of start digging in on what's stored in there, but still, it's just brainstorming. I shouldn't say corp IP. I should say intellectual property, just because that could be thought of as a literal internet protocol address or something. Cool. So if I could get rid of this Zoom toolbar being in my way, if I could figure out how to do that. Why is this not in another screen? How can I get it away? All right, it's right in my way, Seth. There we go. I got it on another screen. Oh my goodness, it's like literally blocking what I need to do. Anyways, cool. Back over here. I think is active. Okay, so there's not too much else I really want to. I am interested in these groups, so let's look at what groups are. Okay, pretty simple here. You've got your project managers, team members, and administrators. So if we go down to different types of roles, I'm going to say, first of all, we know there are super user staff, and then there are project managers, team members, and admins. Okay, project managers, team members, and admins. Oh, what kind of information will it hold? We'll dig into that here in a second. So I'm going to say both for it. So who does it do this for? Both internal. Well, let's say both. Now, of course, I'm only doing this because I don't really have anybody to ask questions of, but I would not just guess. Obviously, I'd be asking these. These are sort of like basic questions I'd be asking somebody. It doesn't mean I necessarily need to look at the code. This should be part of questionnaires that your project manager, or if you are asking questions directly, these are just questions somebody should be asking. It doesn't mean you should be going through code to figure that out, but we don't have somebody to ask questions of, so that's what we're doing. Task manager notes. So it looks like there's task manager notes, projects, and tasks. All right. So I don't know all of the type of data yet that's going to be held inside those, but I will change this to tasks, projects, notes. Just because, like I said, you can see like the name of this file. And inside of a note, you see PK denotes primary key, so it's tied to something. The notes is tied to the notes, so it looks like, or I don't know, saying this is the notes model. Primary key 1, primary key 2, primary key 3. Oh, what's that? Nice. Why is there XSS in that? Huh. It's in a note. Some XSS there. Interesting. Huh. That is very cool. Planting. Start with some seeds. Well, I would assume. Okay, so yeah, you can see that these tasks are associated with a project. So I know that because it actually has the project that it's a part of. So I'm going to, and I'm sure I can go into the models and verify this, but I'm going to, even before I do that, just make the assumption that projects have tasks and tasks have notes. So let's see here. I'm going to switch this around to just visually represent that. what aspect? Cool. What does it do? It's a task manager. Now, one other thing that I can do, and this is, I mean, I guess kind of cheating, but not really. I mean, if you can, usually there will be some, I mean, if you don't have, sorry, let's do this real quick. So, most often you will have at least some notion of a running website, but if you don't, you can still find all this out through the source code. But since, we do have a running version, doesn't make sense to, not use that. So let's go ahead and log in. Change your password. Cool. My test123 password was in a breach, folks. That's what that warning was about. All right. Interesting. Once again, this looks different from the last time I saw it. So, okay, cool. So I'm just going to navigate around the site, just kind of look at what it does. Looks like there's some CRUD operations for your projects. You've got team member associations. So I assume your members have, based off the groups they belong to, those groups, it's either the user or the groups that they belong to, give access to these projects. Inside the projects, there are tasks. You can do some CRUD operations there. Looks pretty basic. You can add files. Okay, that's interesting. Let's see here. Now, can anybody tell me why it's interesting? Nathaniel caught the hackers reference. Very nice. Can anyone, I'm looking at the Zoom chat now. And I have the Slack chat up. Can anyone say why what would be interesting knowing that we have file uploads? What are some vulns that might be interesting specifically? You get a web shell, SSRF, XXE, injection. So let's unpack some of those. So there's definitely those concerns. So you've got so just some initial risks this is, by the way, where we're actually going to put that down. So app allows file uploads, presumably downloads as well. Possible loading of malicious executables could be bad if you specifically upload location and traverse. Yep, that's also true. File system access, absolutely true. There's a lot that can go wrong. So yeah, if you're uploading an image and they're doing some resizing and using a library like Image Magic, you might have remote code execution. Magic Trick, if anybody, was that what it's called? Image Trick or something like that. I don't know. It was one of those branded Tavis or Mandy ruin your day. Image Tragic. Thank you very much.
Image Tragic.
Yeah. One of those Tavis ruin your afternoon /week incident responding to it type vulns. We had some issues with that. So if you're resizing or doing some image manipulation, you might have some remote code execution. Insecure parsing of EXIF data. So you may have like a concern of geotagging in images that you have to be concerned about. There, like you guys mentioned, or folks mentioned, the download section. If you're able to download other people's files, that's a concern. So you might have some access control issues. File uploads, size restrictions not being implemented can lead to denial of service type conditions. If we're doing any zip file uploads and we're doing any unzipping, then you've got like your zip bomb type attacks. You need to make sure, one thing too is if people are uploading just directly to the file system of the server and not doing any like scanning for, having virus type, like typically the way we see things handled more often now is using some like cloud provider to store, like S3 or some cheap storage like that, where you don't really have to worry so much about some of these things. But if we're in this case not using S3 or something like that, or blob storage in Azure or something like that, prone to all of these issues, like what you said, insecure zip unpacking. Yep, absolutely. And so there's a host of things that can go wrong with file uploads, but and downloads. But that's look for typical issues there: zip bomb, size, malicious content, web shell. So the web shell bit, that primarily occurs when you're able to upload it to a location and then render it. So for instance, if there was like, when I showed earlier the whole like, hey, render some file arbitrarily, when we were talking through John Pullen's CV he found in Rails, if that file was, say, if it was like if it had code that allowed you to actually like, what am I trying to say? If I could upload code that could then be executed by the application and be referenceable through the application, similar to how we talked about with that render vuln, then yes, I'd be able to actually render a web shell and then get it to execute whatever code I needed to execute. So web shell, just generally, access control issues. So there's a whole bunch of risks right there, just right off the bat, just from doing file uploads. And upload with URL. So I'm going to guess when we saw that request.get, I'm going to guess that's where this, I don't know. Actually, again, I genuinely don't know that that's the case, but just having seen that whole request.get with an image or file URL or something like that, that might be what this is. It might be like you're putting in a URL and it's calling out remotely to a URL to retrieve something. So I'm also going to put in, that's interesting. All right. There's a search bar, and we didn't really talk about it, but wow, is injection always, or not always, injection is often prevalent in a search bar. It sounds silly, but it's because, people typically say, hey, they use like well, literally a like statement, and aren't, we can specify with it relative URL within the app. Ooh, that's really good. So you're talking about local, well, it's sort of like local file inclusion, might be, or it might be just traversal. So RFI is when you're remotely able to pull in a file and have it rendered. And that could give you like web shell like functionality. LFI could give you that, or just traverse. And like you said, Dylan, maybe just access a file we weren't supposed to see. Specifically, like if there's creds in the source, and we want to, like pull it. If somebody was able to look at this site and know it's a Django site, maybe they know to look in the settings.py for potentially security impacting secrets or something like that. That's a concern for file traversal. So we're starting to get a little bit more context around this application in a very quick time. We've only been at this for like 40 minutes now, and we're getting pretty far. And Seth, I mean, with your permission, I'd love to go, to like 30 minutes after the hour, and do lunch then. Just, I know it cuts a little bit of the OSS stuff short, but this is just more personally my favorite part. So yeah, for good, cool.
Yeah, we're awesome. Good. We're good.
All right, so we've got some risks here. We'll continue looking at the application before we dig into that stuff. So again, going back to the search bar, sometimes like, there you go. That's pretty easy. SQL syntax. I honestly didn't even know, like, I know it probably seems like I know this application. I haven't touched this thing in probably a year. So yeah, and I'm not even sure if that was a new I'm not even sure if that was vulnerable previously, honestly, Seth. So I just tried it because, search functions are oftentimes vulnerable to both SQL injection and cross-site scripting. A lot of times applications will reflect back your search terms to you. If they don't do that securely, you got XSS. So something I would normally note. I'll just go back to my tasks. So how would I have a task? So let's say I've got a project. I like the punks. That makes sense to me. Yeah, so I'd add a task. Okay, cool. So now tasks do have an owner. Okay, that's good to know because I was curious about that. I'm like, how does that work? Edit, task completion. Ooh, that'd be fun to mark somebody else's task as complete. All right. So, well, I probably wouldn't do that in a professional setting. So there we go. All right. Okay, now we need to go into, there's a change password function. All right. Anybody want to point out just real quick the issue here? Yeah, there you go. Doesn't require a current password, so. And by the way, once we're done creating our brainstorming section, which we'll completely flesh out here in a bit, well, not here in a bit, in the next probably 10 minutes, we'll begin creating a checklist of things to actually look for based off of it. Could be CSRF vulnerabilities if no other protection. Ooh, yes. That's a very good point. Because if you don't have a current password required and can CSRF someone into changing their password, gonna have a bad time. All right, so cool. These are all really good things. Let's moving along. All right, profile. Good South Park. Thank you, Michael. Someone appreciates that humor. I like it. Most of my humor seems to come from TV show quotes. So there you go. All right. Oh, okay. So we have a profile image, it looks like. And once again, we can add an image with URL. So not great. Email address changes, nothing to date of birth. Okay. All right. That answers our question about PII. So let's see here. Just go back up and where is it? What kind of, yeah, definitely PII. Birth dates. And possibly with image of person maybe and email and name. Really good stuff. All right. I always like to just, there is, yay. Wait, does that go to the same thing? Oh, so there's, wait, that's weird. So there's an actual Django admin password change. You don't have permission to view or edit anything. Okay. All right. Fair enough. But I have access to it? I mean, maybe that's normal. I don't really know a ton about the admin functionality inside of my Django.
Yeah, it's well, yeah. That's all I'm gonna say is yeah.
You sly devil, you. All right.
Sometimes you find stuff that I don't remember was in there. So I'll be honest, right? Sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. We did that. Okay. So.
Yeah, I remember the last time I discovered your funny little additions. You had a picture of me, and but it was the Barbie doll Ken as my profile pic, for my user. Let's see here. All right. Oh, it's still there. That's right. Yeah.
Why would I remove it?
And I didn't find that until the last time we did that. That was a huge, hilarious surprise for me. All right. So I think that's about from browsing the site. I mean, of course, I always check like robots.txt and all that stuff too. But yeah, anyways, so cool. Enough about the running portless portion. Let's go back to the source code and talk about some risks to brainstorm up now that we now that we have some information on the tech stack and sort of some of the content that might actually exist in there. I'll throw out, first of all, so like the things I'm concerned about when I look at this is like, what does SQL parse do? And I'm not going to actually, I shouldn't do just SQL parse. I should just throw all the ones in a little. So requests, XWL. Well, I know what XWLT does. And then this one's really weird. So I may need to dig into that one a little bit to see if there's any research out there on those. I've never heard of those, ever. So cool. So these are all templated ones. I'm going to start filling that in after we complete the checklist things to review. Django, look for issues with 3.1.5. All right. So are there any, is there any piece of this application so far that anyone, so not inside of our checklist? Because remember, our checklists are they're gonna talk about the normal vulnerable things like SQL injection and cross-site scripting and all that stuff to look up, to look at. Are there application-specific business logic type things here that we should be concerned about that I haven't thought about or put in there? Yeah. No wrong answers here. We are just literally spitballing and throwing out just ideas. Oh yeah, profile ID, IDOR. Yep. Profile. Now, technically, yes, that's part of the checklist, but here we've got like some profile management, and it's that I think IDOR. Given that we saw there's no current password check. Given there's a URL you call out to for an image, it's probably a good thing to check for IDOR on the profile management. It doesn't seem like the other things are at first glance well created or securely created. Profile management. Let's see, what else can I think? I'm just going to talk and think at the same time, see how it works out. So we know it's primarily for project management. We know that we can upload files. We know we can edit and delete and view things. Not a whole lot of functionality outside of that. We know the search bar is potentially vulnerable to SQL injection, so that's a thing. But I'll write that down if I didn't already. Let's see what else. Being able to, did I mention being able to mark other people's tasks? Yeah, I did. This kind of falls under the checklist, but maybe check what kind of error message the system gives you, such as guessing passwords. Oh yeah, for sure. That's check out system errors. We know this is a Django application, so I don't need to put it here, but I'll put down here in the mapping files section, like, yeah, I could look it up and see where configuration files live for Django applications, but we know off the top of our heads that settings.py is going to be pretty impactful for those types of things. So I'm going to just put it down there. Cool. Well, I'm going to start just browsing around the source code while we talk here. Let's see.
Wait. What? So what's next? What step are you at, Ken?
Ooh, is it possible to load too many tasks and break the program? I'll answer that question in just a sec, but let me first write down this. So, meaning I'll answer your question in a second, Seth. So, is it possible to load too many tasks and break the program? Yeah. Task notes, projects. Now, Seth, at this part in the state, or this stage in the review, I haven't moved on at all. Actually, it's just like browsing the website. At this point, all I'm doing is just looking through the application source code just to get a feel for how it's made up. Now, this is where people, like, traditionally, and I like that Seth called this out, because this is oftentimes the point at which you can get distracted. Because, like, all of this is great. We have some information about the application. We're starting to brainstorm some risks. There will be a temptation to begin digging in. And especially as we browse the code and see wonky things, there will definitely be that temptation. Avoid it at all costs. If you need to, make a note, but don't dig in into the details, into the weeds. We're just hovering, basically. We're just trying to understand, maybe see if the URL can be manipulated to get additional privileges. Yeah, definitely. Do you mean the URL for including for an image location, or do you mean just like the URLs like insecure direct object reference or something, or access control issues, or forceful browsing in the URL? Like any URL. Okay. Let's see here. While we wait, I am going to hover around the application though, just to get a feel for it. So git ignore. Ooh, uploads directory. Cool. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, so looking for insecure direct object reference, where you modify like a numeric value or some other value to try and access stuff you shouldn't. Yeah, absolutely. That is part of it. And I am refamiliarizing myself here. Templates. Okay. So templates are going to be like our HTML files. They do have a base backend file that it. So when you see extends, that means it's basically including that into the view. So this means there's a base view, probably with base CSS and JavaScript and HTML styling to just, give like a uniform view and feel of the HTML. But it's good to know that's included. We see there's a reset password and upload. You can view all users. Okay, cool. Just view all you. So right off the bat, we can see that we can view all users, upload, registration, project stuff, messages. What's messages? Messages. Never mind. Messages are just like warnings, like, the red, blue, some other color I can't remember. Success, probably green. What am I trying to say? Little pop-ups, alerts at the top. Little flash notifications at the top. Yeah, nothing too crazy there. Static here. These are all your, so wait. Can it, So if the files you upload are not sensitive and like they're just like profile images, this is fine. But if you're uploading sensitive files to this application and it's stored in the uploads folder, just so everyone knows, I mean, that like the static folder here is publicly accessible to the world. All of these, and it's probably configured through settings.py. You know, usually you tell your application in its configuration file where your public folder is going to live, so that your public assets like images and JavaScript and CSS, like you can always access those without any authentication. So that's pretty problematic if the uploads folder is there. So I'm actually going to make a note of that. Close down some things to get back to our notes. Okay, so uploads folder lives in the publicly accessible unauth static folder. Yeah, that's really problematic. I mean, even if you put authorization inside of the application around that file and have it access a certain way, as long as somebody knows or even guesses the location of what I'm trying to say is, even if we uploaded those files and downloaded those files and always use some other like annotation and like some, I don't know, some super long SHA-1 hash value, and then that translated to, I don't know, the image location, but only the application knew that translation. And so from what you see, you're always calling some resource that is like, looks to be secure. Maybe it has a SHA-1 hash dot PDF, or I don't know, maybe it's just a SHA-1 hash that, or sorry, SHA-1 or MD5 or SHA-2 or whatever, maybe it's just some random entropy value and not directly referenceable. That's just a surface level obfuscation protection, because obviously if you can guess the name of the file, or in my case, I would upload a file where I knew the name, and then I would just like browse to the uploads folder under this public folder and like see if it existed there. If I was doing a runtime assessment, you'd have a vulnerability still. So there's no good, I guess what I'm trying to say is, even if you try to do some weird stuff to create like an illusion of authorization, if it lives in that folder, it's not going to really require any authorization. Migrations, initial pi. Oh, this is great. This shows us actually the many-to-many field. So the associations. So project has the auth user model bit there, which we need to look into how that's defined. User profile, DOB, date of birth, reset tokens. I'm going to go back into the data that it stores and mention these reset token values. This would be, I guess there's just the reset token, I guess. One-to-one field, task. File, a file model. Path project foreign key is, so there is an on delete. So this is where we talked about with so remember we talked about yesterday, if you have a user object and you delete it, you want to remove all of the files and folders. This is something to be on the lookout for, is like what happens when something's deleted. This looks different and different. I mean, it's hard to give you every example of what each framework or what each library's on delete version looks like. There's like a destroy option in Rails, and there's just like tons of ways you can handle this, but here it's on delete. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is, if I go back up to create modeled user, No, it's not in here. It's probably somewhere else. I want to find out. Okay, so there's a one-to-one on delete. I'd have to understand basically what this does and figure out the mapping to make sure destruction occurs. So I'm going to just put that as like something to note. I see on delete called. Let's make sure we're clearing out those files correctly. And again, all this, that's in the checklist, but while we're here, might as well make a note of it. I don't really see anything else that's, you know, I don't know if anybody else sees anything super interesting, but I don't know. Serializable, false, serializable, false, serialized, false. Okay. Cool. We looked at migrations, templates, fixtures, models.py. I want to dig into real quick here. Is overdue, percent completed. Yeah, really not trying to find any vulns though. Just trying to understand this logic here. Date due. So there's due dates on projects. Users can be assigned to. So many users can be assigned to a project. That's good to know. Makes sense. It would be weird if you always had to be in a project by yourself. Cool. And settings. Pretty much all the things. Wait, what's that? Huh. I've never seen that before. Going through mail admins, static files, sessions. Cool beans. Yeah, I'm gonna annotate that one. Cool. So just yeah, using MySQL. Got your root, no password. Makes sense. Got some information around cookie storage. I'd have to look at the documentation to see actually what kind of, you know, what that, oh, that's just message storage. So that's probably those flash messages we looked at. It's probably just like typically what happens is when you invoke a flash error, it goes temporarily as like into your cookie, really. It's associated with your session. And then once the message has been rendered, it's cleared out of your session. Yeah, here's that static URL. So this is actually, oh, what? Wait. So there's an admin static? Am I reading that right? Yeah. I'll have to figure that one out later. That's interesting though. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I'm just gonna. Going back into it. MD5, there's that beautiful MD5 password hasher right there. So that's where we know. Ooh, very cool. Needs compatibility with older Django. That's actually a pretty realistic scenario. Interesting. Yeah, because like sometimes such apps share cookies, which is a whole other thing, but pickle serialization. Yeah, so if ever I see serialization used on a session, I also want to look for how that session's generated, like using a salt or a secret. And if that's in the source code, you have like another more serious problem, because, you know, that secret, first of all, people are hesitant to rotate those secrets just because it will kill all sessions that have been generated using that secret. So basically it logs everybody out. And if it's ever known, oh, is it static admin? Did I do the reverse of that? Did I do admin static? I'll have to try that again in a sec. Sorry, I'm looking at the Zoom comments. Anyways, so yeah, going back to it, if the secret gets discovered, you could just sign your own secrets, and then just when you upload your session, it'll be like, okay, cool, this is a valid signature on this session. Let me load it using Pickle, and then boom, you've got RC. There are Metasploit modules to just automate all of that too. If you know the secret, you can literally just copy in the secret, put in the URL where you want to go, and it'll automatically do all the work for you and create an RC and give you access, shell access. Pretty nasty stuff for sure. Just because you said it, let me try that. I'm curious. I might have had that backwards and not paying. No, okay. Ooh, directory indexes are not allowed. Cool. All right. Now, this is also where I need to start looking at the Django documentation. Django, not Django Unchained, Django. Native queries. So I want to find how to do raw SQL queries. All right. So look for raw. And I'm just looking to see if there's other types. If it's just raw, the function, or if there's other things that you can do. Do not use string formatting on raw queries. Don't make either of these mistakes yet. Executing custom SQL directly. Cursor execute. Okay, so we want to look for dot execute. Wait, put that up there. And keep looking for anything else that might be suspect. Stored procedures as well, I guess, but that's not really all this really good names. I guess we could throw this in just in case there's a stored procedure being called in, and then like maybe that stored procedure isn't super safe. I'm stretching there, but whatever. We'll include it. So Django unescape HTML. I don't want Stack Overflow. Let's do this. HTML template Django. And let's search for escape. And we saw this yesterday. There's primarily two ways to turn it off. There is safe and auto escape off. And wait. What is this? String literals on auto? Filter arguments can be strings. This means you would write. all string literals are inserted without any automatic escaping into the template. They act as if they were passed through the safe filter. The reasoning behind this is that the template author is in control of what goes into the string literal, so they can make sure that the text is correctly escaped when the template is written. Yeah, that's interesting. So actually we would want to search for data pipe as well. What? It's trying to drive me nuts. All right. Now the last thing here for just default things I'm concerned about would be Python system commands. All right, so subprocess OS. If I see those libraries, it's probably an issue. Ah. And I'm just expediting this. So I'm just going to like what's, immediately open. But notice I'm not necessarily looking at like the exact implementation, like os.popen or os. Whatever. Really at this point, I honestly just want to look for anywhere like subprocessor OS are called, because they've got their own like run and popen, and they've got different functions that could be called. Right now, I just need to know like, is OS or subprocessor, are they being called in or imported rather into our code, and then leveraged. So you got subprocess.run, subprocess.call. You can find the resulting output in the variable process.standard out. All right. So for now, I would go more in depth normally, but just time constraints, I'll keep it at that. Yeah, so now I also want to, just real quickly, I want to look at like Django 3.15 vulnerabilities, not Vulkans. All that would be cool. Yeah, so I'd start to go through here and look for so yeah, I mean, before 3.1.13, there's this CVE with a pretty high score, allows query set dot order. So I'm going to put this CVE in as a risk to look at. And obviously I could run some automated tools too to just detect this type of stuff. I don't need to manually go and do this. But the reason I'm kind of Googling is I was wondering if maybe Seth put in something that was super vulnerable and directory traversal. That's interesting. Just because I thought maybe he put in something that was like super basic and super obvious. Or maybe Justin did.
One of us.
Cool. One of you two rascals, as I'll affectionately refer to you. Yeah, so I'm, it's like, I don't know. There might be, I'm not going to spend all day on this, but yeah, there might be some things with 3.1.5 that are vulnerable. And then what we have to do now is take this list of risks and start putting it into actionable items. So look for stored secrets to leverage the pickle weakness. I want to, I'm just going to go up this list. So look at admin static folder and generally admin functionality. Verify delete is occurring for user objects, user created objects, CSRF middleware. CSRF is actually able, verify CSRF can be utilized. I see on, let's see, uploads folder, check the uploads folder and upload, download functionality, weaknesses. Would you condense this phase walking through each files if you were time limited? It seems very important to map the attack surface in this way. No, yeah, so that's actually, yes, that's something that I always talk about when we get done with this section. None of this is optional, right? So it is totally fine, even if you're time limited to, and I'm going to walk through the things you can pull out as we go through it and explain that more. But you're right. This is absolutely, none of this is optional at all. This is actually the most important thing that you could do. Even if your next step is just to run a scanner, what would be the point if you didn't do this? It would be such a waste. You wouldn't understand. Like it would call out it's essentially glorified regex, right? And maybe there's some AST parsing and, you know, some actual like AST node parsing to determine like application flow and source of taint. And that's great and all, but without any context, it won't really, it will take a long time to dissect what's real and what's not. It'll be harder to understand you know, really just what you're looking at. There might be findings that are like, hey, this isn't even an issue because, you know, XYZ, the business purpose, maybe it'll say like, oh, you got SQL injection all over the place, but you've already done your homework. You're like, no, all of that's in the admin portion where literally the whole point of this application is to allow raw queries to be written to do some data munging. Maybe it's an internal app and that's the purpose. But if you didn't know that, you'd just be writing up a bunch of findings on SQL injection and it'd be like, oh, I really own this app. But in reality, you just literally wrote up results on exactly what it was meant to do. So you just have to be careful, right? That's why you have to do these sections. So far, none of this is optional. Everything we've done is not optional, but we will get into the parts that are. So everything else builds upon this initial sort of set of checks, brainstorming, information gathering, behavior profiling, all of that. Great question. I'm glad you asked that. Uploads folders live in the publicly accessible on-auth static. Is it possible to loot? Yeah. Or DOS conditions by creating too many tasks, notes, etc. Is it possible to check out system errors? Yeah, for sure. Validate how system exceptions occur. Well, so far we've seen that it doesn't do anything. Like it just prints out immediately, like the raw debug, but that's because we're in development, but still, we'll just count that. Check out system errors, search bar, profile management. So IDOR in profile management, CSRF in change password, which I'm guessing if we find out the answer to this is no, then we'll immediately be able to check the item there. So I'm going to group them together. just for logical grouping purposes. Django look for issues with 3.5. What does SQL parse requests? Django admin doesn't have the patch. Look at this later. Yeah. And then because that is also now, be careful with your notes. I don't mind writing this in the class, but I like to give my raw notes off, and I have the team members that work for me also do the same thing, give their raw notes. Not expecting that every developer is going to read it, but believe it or not, like developers actually love those notes. They find it interesting, but also it helps them understand what we were looking at and give them some level of comfortability. So you don't want to write things in there that might be dicey or emotional or cause emotional responses. Let's see, possible LFI, RFI. We kind of talked about that. PII. Okay. So for now, I think we've gotten pretty far, and I'll leave it at that. Now we want to get into the mapping section. So we could do the manage URLs, but I'm not going to do that because, I am going to run it, but I'm not going to use that because you'll see why. I don't remember. Is it show URLs, manage Pi, Seth, show URL?
It's show URLs, but you have to activate the virtual environment.
Oh, you're right. Source. What is it, like VNV source or something like that?
So do source VTM VMV underbar, yeah, /bin/activate. Now do the manage. Yeah. /manage. Yeah, there you go. Show URLs.
Cool. So that would be the full list. I know I have a purple terminal, so that doesn't really read super well. Thankfully, my lovely assistant, Seth, has given me that. Hold on, I'm going to paste it in a cleaned up version that is more sensible for us. So I'm going to go down to mapping of routes.
And yep. And Ken, we do have, we've probably only got about 5 minutes before we finish that 30.
Okay, so here's what we should do.
Let's pick one and run through it. Pick a source to sync.
Yeah. Yes, let's pick a source.
We do want to give people a lunch today, right?
No, we're here to learn. No, I'm kidding. Learn hungry. No, I'm kidding. Obviously. Yeah. So anyways, if I'm gonna prioritize anything, I'm just gonna show you just real quick before we actually dig in. Would be nice. Would you mind sharing the file in the end? It's nice to have a good example. Yes. So this VTM, I mentioned it earlier, but I'll mention it again. This VTM file will be uploaded when we are finished, and I do that we do that with every class so that you have kind of a reference point for what was done, and you can again go back and sort of use this methodology, apply it. So I personally, I know that all of this contrib admin stuff is interesting and I would love to dig into it, but for right now, I'm under a time crunch. I'm going to go ahead and just delete all of it because it is standard Django admin stuff. There might be interesting permission errors we made. That's why I annotated hey, why is there this static admin directory? Why, when I hit admin as a regular user, was I able to, or presumably a regular user, why was I able to see that admin dashboard? Those are questions that definitely need answering. But for right now, I'm talking about, you have no time. You got to really limit it to what's important. The things that we have to do are any authentication and authorization related features. So we have to do, there's no question here. We have to prioritize the authorization bits because that's some of our most impactful issues will arise there. These are secondary. And so that's how I've actually started doing this when I have to not be able to review all routes. I'll say high risk routes. I'll break them up by high risk routes, medium risk routes, and low risk routes. Although I would argue these are probably, or not, sorry, not risk, high priority, but it is kind of risk based. And I would argue these are probably download and upload. Those are probably actually pretty high risk. But again, we're just being ruthless in our prioritization. So for search. So all of the other stuff, super interesting. But guess what? I'm not going to worry too much about any of this. So, right. Since we want to give people a break, Seth, what I would say is when we come back, let's finish this out for like 15 more minutes ish to do like a tracing of a route and then just kind of summarize everything before we set up breakout rooms and give people instructions and get them started and spend the rest of it. Because we'll do like at 5:30 reconvene, or sorry, 5:30. So I guess that's 2:30 Pacific time. And then at my desire is by, so we'll have 3.5 hours at that point. So if by 3 p.m. Pacific or 6 p.m. Eastern, we've gotten people to get started, then that gives us approximately 2 hours for them to work together and 1 hour for the final going over everybody's notes and closing out the session. Sound like a plan?
Yep. That sounds good to me. Okay.
All right. Let's reconvene in an hour.
Yeah, let's everybody go get something. I know we've covered quite a bit today. Ken's been going. So let's reconvene in an hour, go get something to eat, get some caffeine, and then we'll get back at it. A lot to get through still, but it's a lot of fun. So appreciate everybody sticking with us.
I freaking love this part. This is my favorite part. And well, besides seeing what your outcomes are, this is like such a fun part. So yeah, this is where the rubber hits the road. So anyways, all right.
Okay. All right. We'll see everybody in an hour.
See ya.
Woohoo, back at it.
Hey,
Hey.
I'll give it another minute and then get started.
Yep.
I don't know about you, but I played some Oculus while we were on break.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I played some Zero Caliber. It's a
Oh,
video
sweet.
my son wanted. Or
Yeah.
video game.
How is
my
it?
son. It's pretty fun. It's all right. It's good, like arcade style game.
Cool.
I like the Oculus. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's fun time.
Well, I might as well start sharing my screen. Alrighty, cool. Yep, I am. I figure what we could do here, Seth, is so we'll trace a route at the minimum. We'll trace a route, and then we'll check out the authorization decorators. Recap sort of the recap just sort of like the things we want to give people before they get started on their own, and then we'll get teams broken up and all that.
Okay. Yep.
All right, sweet. Yeah, so first one is the route is task manager change password. It exists in views change password. So go there. All right. Well, okay. Cool. I see CSurf exempt and login required are some decorators here. I am actually just going to plop those down as decorators to review. From yesterday, I do know that login required is, a built-in Django thing, but for now, just something to annotate. Alrighty. Wrong file. I'll just close all these ones. All right. So we get our request. If the request is a post, we get the user from the request. So in this case, it should actually not be a parameter. It should be the actual, I don't think it's the parameter. It should be just the, yeah, exactly. So if it's from the user, it's going to be like typically request post or request.get or something like that. In the case that it's request.user, that's a user object pulled from your session. You can look in the documentation to figure that out. Just Django request.user. And it'll all kind of like explain how that's part of the contrib auth model, and you can go to the documentations and look at all that fun stuff. So anyways, meaning it's not like a parameter. So it's not like user supplied input. So we can pretty safely say user sounds good. These are definitely from the user, new password and confirm password values. If the new password and confirm password match up, we call set password with the new password. We call save, and then we say success. Otherwise, if they didn't match up, we warn that they do not match. So far, our concerns about that endpoint not having CSRF protections seems valid. And also our second concern where we were like, well, where's the current password? Well, that's not being passed in either. So this looks very much vulnerable. Now, when we talked about the sort of like going back to the slides here and going way back, and it's going to take a second. Hold on. Actually, I can just do this faster. Let's go right back to these diagrams. One thing that is left out is the HTML templating aspect. So yes, it hits the route. It gets sent on for authorization checks. Then logic processing and some data store, but there's kind of like a third thing where it comes all the way back and renders HTML. And so that's what we're actually going to dig down into in addition to actually just looking at this code. So yes, this looks pretty standard. There's no, there's not even a thing for like GET requests. So, or actually, I'm sorry. It does look like regardless, there is going to be this page returned. So let's see here, change password.html. We're looking for any obvious, cross-site scripting type stuff here. So that's not super obvious. We do need to look at this file as well, just because this HTML file includes it. And as I mentioned earlier, if there's a vulnerability in this file, there's a vulnerability in any other file that includes it. And right off the bat, we notice there is a, hold on, sorry, I see something in the chat. Oh, no, yeah, totally. If any of you are coworkers or like know each other otherwise and want to be in the same group, when it gets to the split out time, let us know. Just because I had that question pop up. Also, out of curiosity, what command or shortcut are you using to search through the code? Oh, that's a good, I guess that's something I should. So, well, I'm just doing like Command T, or I guess, yeah, Command T on Mac, and then typing in the file name of whatever I need. And then I'm also doing Command Shift F, which allows me to search the entire project, and then, or just Command F, and allows me to just search inside the file. If user ID, so where did I think I saw, yeah, here we go. I see the username, which is definitely supplied by the user. This is something that's optional. They put in there. They have safe, right? So clearly vulnerable to XSS, which means any other page that includes this is vulnerable to XSS. So I'm going to keep looking through this file. Okay, so where's safe? Safe. So I will open on GitHub, copy that URL, go to my, oh, no, go to my notes, and say it includes base HTML file vuln to XSS. And lastly, I'll say does not require any form of current password or otherwise identifying info. So the reason I say that is like, it seems obvious, right? That like the current password isn't included visually when you actually browse to the website. However, what may not be visible is if I don't wait like an hour or two or whatever the limit, like I guess what I'm trying to say is in the source code, there could be like a filter that says, hey, after an hour of inactivity, or if it's been a couple hours since you signed in, then I'm going to, when you go ask for that current password page, I'm going to make you re-enter your credentials before you get to that password page, which would be as not a great protection, but I guess it's something to note and something to be like that kind of maybe somewhat mitigates the risk there. But yeah, I mean, it's something you just need to validate inside the source code. That's what I'm trying to say. So just once again, even just because I browsed that page and saw that it didn't require a current password doesn't mean if I didn't wait 2 hours that it wouldn't have a credential thing pop up and say, hey, you need to re-enter your credentials before you go to this page and do some dangerous action. Again, not a great protection, but something that I would only see if I either waited that time limit or looked in the source code to see if that had that applied. Yeah, so not much else to do here on that route. I can do, Seth, should I do another one or should I just like, what do you think? Should I just move on to these figuring out authorization decorators? What are your thoughts?
What time are we at? Maybe you could probably do one more, right? Like the one you picked out wasn't all that. I mean, there's flaws in it, but it wasn't all that interesting.
Cool. First person to put in a high or a medium priority route is the route I'll actually source to sync. So someone throw out a route and that'll be the one that I actually review. Profile pick one out. Sorry, Richard. Just like a split second before. So I'll do the download profile pick one. Yeah. Let's see here. Where was that? Yeah, download profile. Okay. User ID. All right. So that is under download profile pick. Okay. So I searched for that file, or sorry, not file, method. So that method has a @login required decorator on it. I don't have to annotate that, but you know, worth, I guess, at least noting that someone's trying to put some authorization on there. Let's see, equals login required. Not much else though applied to that. I mean, you're just saying that that's not somebody that's off the internet. Which, as we know from our previous digging, it's located in a public folder anyways. So any authorization here, honestly, is just for like this route, not like meaning that the actual file that's been uploaded can just be directly called and not use this route to download it. But anyways, back to the code. User objects get user ID. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna guess that's coming from the user, you know. So it's like, if I look and I don't really have to guess, I can figure that out by looking at the route. It'll probably have like a :user_ID. That's where the user ID value comes from. So, or should come from. Yes. Oh, so not colon, but less than, greater than. So that's just an indication that's the name of the parameter. So when you see that, it's like, okay, this is the actual parameter coming from the URL. To the point of the person earlier who said that you could modify stuff in the URL. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. So yeah, it's not tied to any specific user. Like this isn't, if it was secure, it'd be more like request.user, right? Because you can't change that. It would be you. But yeah, it's using user ID. So just taking a parameter from a user and grabbing something, in this case, the image, user.userprofile.image, and then redirect to the file path, which is interesting because I don't know the answer, but I'm wondering if the image, like in the scenario where we put in the image URL instead of uploading the actual image, I wonder if it won't just redirect you to that URL that you put in there. So, and I can find that out by like looking at the user profile. And just to explain that, I went to user profile. I just searched for file names, and I remember we had seen the user's profile.json. So I was curious if like it would give an example of what that might look like. This is again where like unit test and like seed data gives you a good idea of what the content is going to look like. So in this case, I'm like, okay, well, the user.profile image, user profile.image rather, is going to look like this. Right. But it's probably, like I said, it may not just be this file location on the system. It actually might be a file location on a remote URL. So that is something I would want to dig into, because you would not only have the ability to have insecure direct object reference, but you would also have an unvalidated redirect and forward. And interestingly enough, too, like this could actually be vulnerable. But what's this? The redirect goes into an image tag in profile view.html. Okay. Let me see something too. Where are the...
Yeah, I mean, in this case, right, looking at that image, that it traversal maybe, right? I'd start looking at where that actually gets stored, like where that data comes from, because the download profile pic just seems to be pulling it out of the database as opposed to actually storing it or creating that, that character field. So wherever that's being identified, that could have, Mike, exactly what you're saying. And then Nathaniel, I think you're right, that redirect goes to a specific image tag. May not be, well, I'm not sure how interesting it is from an attack perspective, but there is definitely danger that's there.
Yeah, and just to give a visual for, what it looks like, why not? We've already got it up and running. Oh. Not Christ. Oh.
Yep, so, there you go.
Yeah, so it is just it does just redirect you to a location on the file system. So what I want, not what I want to do. So what I want, oh man, hold on. Stop trying to protect me, Chrome. I don't need your protection. All right, so I want to go and modify my profile, and I want to put in my image URL of HTTPS because I'm secure. GitHub.com cktricky. Save. And then I've got a profile of 3, so I'm going to guess that's my user ID. There was some weird... Oh, I'm not that smart. Here we go. So that's my bad. I just put in... That's all I did was put in the path. I didn't put in the URL. Okay, so does not appear to be redirecting me anywhere. So that's interesting. Okay.
And this is, so what Ken's doing here is very true to life, right? As far as not every rabbit hole that we go down is going to result in something interesting, right?
Yeah.
It may be that, there's functionality that's not built out. Not that we would ever find to-dos or anything like that in a code base. But we find a lot more in VTM just because it is intentionally vulnerable. But most of the applications that I do, we spend a lot of time looking at stuff and then getting to the very end and realizing that, hey, the framework saved us, or, there's a slight problem, but it's not a critical issue, right? Sometimes they are, but it's not. Yeah, it's usually pretty rare that we find a full-blown, SQL injection exploit or workable SSRF in every instance when we're looking at something.
Yeah, and in this case, like I went even more down the rabbit hole than I normally would, just because it's interesting and I'm demoing. But yeah, to Seth's point, at this point, like I tried a few simple things, didn't get anywhere. I'm not going to spend more than a couple minutes on that because I got a lot to get through if I'm doing a real assessment. So I'll just note that, hey, like I said, if I can't find anything easy right off the bat, I'll just annotate like I need to do a little bit more digging, and it gives you a place to come back to at the end of your test. So you get a comprehensive review in the sense that anything easy is picked up right away. anything that requires more investigation, you can prioritize and say, this looks scarier than this thing, so I'm going to prioritize this thing over the other thing. And just gives you an ability within your time constraints to do the most thorough review that you can. And then the last thing here would just be honestly digging into the decorators, so the authorization decorators. So for me, I'd probably just, so I'm done route, we'll say I'm done mapping. Now I just kind of want to go through here and see if there's any other decorators besides at login required or CSRF exempt used. There is one, and this is at user passes test. Here. And keep going, user passes test. And it looks like it's passing in some specific different methods here. So it's can create project and can edit project here. So it looks like there's some kind of variable data you can give user passes test, and then it'll run different. Yeah, here's another one, can delete. So you got your typical CRUD authorization related stuff there, I think. Register, login required. Yeah. Wait, why does dashboard not? Shouldn't that require authorization? See, this is where you would do your negative authorization case test cases and validate, like, why does something like dashboard, which sounds like something you would need to be logged in to do, why that doesn't have that decorator there. And I would just note it in my notes if I was coming through here, and I guess it's not in my routes because we did slim these down to get rid of extra. But assuming this is a real test, I'm really going through this. I'm going to go find that endpoint and just make a note like, hey, I was looking through and I didn't see any decorator on it. So far, yeah, these are the only ones. So now the next thing I want to do is, now that I have this name of user passes test, I'm just going to see if that's Django. Yep. So once again, with the built-in contrib.auth, there's a decorator, and you provided a test function. And here's some other options: redirect field name, next. It's important to know how that redirection occurs. Same as login required, setting it to none removes it from the URL. Same as for login required, setting it to none removes it from the URL, which you may want to do if you're redirecting users that don't pass the test to a non-login page where there's no next page. All right, login URL. Cool. So then we would need to find out, like, in reality, now it's like a bunch of sub authorization checks here, like can create, can edit, can delete. So these are all now functions we have to review, but let's look at one of them. All right, so they are defined in this views.py file. That makes it easier. It's just a permission check. So we have has perm. So has perm Django. All right, so documentation here says return true if the user has a specified permission, where the perm is the format applabel.permission code name. If the user is inactive, the method will always return false. For an active super user, this method will always return true. Interesting. Huh. Okay. And so because it's built into Django and it looks like it's a pretty, robust and likely well-vetted library, I have less concerns now, but it's good to know this is how our permissioning is set up. So, all right. So each auth group has a set of permissions that correspond to something, whatever these numbers correspond to. And yeah, now we have a pretty good idea, at least, of like roughly how these permissions work in terms of like at a high level. Navigating forward. All right, and that was under fixtures, right? Task manager fixtures. Okay, so that makes sense. It lines up. There are 3 groups, and there's 3 sets of permissions associated with each of those groups. Seth, I forget. I mean, we could dig in here on where to find these numbers. I know there's a way to make sense of that. I just forget off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think it's actually because it is part of the admin setup that you do on this. So it's got to be in migration somewhere. I think that's where it actually ends up. It's kind of like a weird setup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like some weird, I forget how that all works, but yeah. I would dig into the documentation to look up how that all works. By the way, I did notice something. I was like, oh, wait, what's this miscellaneous? And immediately noticed like it's just got some weird stuff in there. It doesn't look super great, like OS being called, which we would have found because later we would do the look up for OS based off of our what you call it, our checklist of things to review here. But just happened to like accidentally click on it and notice it. So this miscellaneous.py would definitely be something I'm going to add to my mapping files, like mapping important files that might be like sensitive. And I'm sure I'm sure that functionality comes into play when you do the source to sync, but just in case, I'm going to put it there in case that's not the case, or in the instance that's not the case. So anyways, we've gotten an idea that our authorization stuff is all built into Django contrib auth. Seems pretty sensible. Can edit project, can, delete project. It all kind of just makes sense. There's nothing super weird, and then the last thing I guess is just verify cserved exempt is what we think it is. Although it probably doesn't matter because given that the middleware was commented out in the settings.py file, it's probably just like, even if that was removed, it probably still wouldn't work just because I think we're not even using the middleware. But yeah, like I said, we want to just verify our understanding here. This decorator marks a view as being exempt from the protection ensured by the middleware. Example. Yeah. So sure enough, pretty bad stuff there. So yeah, I am open to any questions before we start wrapping. Actually, let me wrap this all up, then I'll open it up for questions. So let's scale back for a second, or not scale back, but cover all of this for a moment. So we want to talk about the bits that we can cut out and the bits we need to keep. So oh my God, that's terrible. All right. Behavior. Obviously, do not cut behavior out of your review. Do not cut tech stack out. Do not cut brainstorming risks out. And always make sure you have your checklist. So the brainstorming, the tech stack, and the behavior, they're all used to comprise risks, right? So these bits absolutely have to be done. Also, any specific authorization related decorators, I would argue absolutely needs to be done. And then any routes in terms of mapping, any routes that have anything to do with authentication and authorization should be prioritized, and those checklists should absolutely be prioritized. So obviously injection is something you're going to want to cover, and auditing logging is super important as well. But when we talk about routes and mapping, you may decide you do not want to do a ton of you don't have the time for it. Not a decision, but it's just something you don't have time for. That's actually absolutely fine. Like if you have to at this point go the route of saying, look, I have 0 routes that I can actually trace source to sink. That's fine. Run your tooling and then just make sure that you understand and do your, I would say do your mapping at the point that you find a vulnerability. So if something looks, if a tool has flagged that and it looks potentially valid, do a source to sink trace on that and determine if that's the case. If you can make that determination. Sometimes, it's like, hey, they're using MD5 in a model. Okay, well, just look at how that MD5 hash is being used or something along those lines. What you should not do is ever skip these sections. What is it? The risks, brainstorming, tech stack, and behavior. And also do not skip the authorization decorators. Those are important to actually review. Also, any like production or like dot whatever or settings.py or something that's like a configuration file that affects the environment for the application you want to review. And then any libraries that are included. So if you have we talked about devise being the authentication library. You want to make sure that you actually review the configuration file for that library as well. So for any library that is doing something critically important from a security perspective, and I was going to have some configuration related things in it, you should prioritize that. So the mapping of those important files. So mapping authorization decorators, mapping files, and the other bits here up front, they need to be done always. And then where you go from there is up to you. Also, fully expect that. Yeah, I want to just cover this real quick before because it's important that you know this before you actually dig in. So we've got all these checklists under the handouts repo, generic list of checks, right? So you can use these checks as a start. What you need to do after that is add to these to continually add to your checklist. And you're going to basically, for a moment, I'm going to talk about something I recently explained to 2 separate people that are in their career progression that were asking me about how do I get to the point where I'm like, you have now an approach. You know how to customize your tooling for like how to make your testing more efficient. With your, like for me, I have Node checklists, I have Golang checklists, I have Rails checklists. They are specific to work. I've only most of those, especially the Golang ones, are kind of specific to work. I do have a checklist I've shared here on like Node, just so you get an idea of what that looks like, where it's just easy wins, right? That's literally what it says. Easy wins. Like here's just things that if they're not done right, like these are common things that are not done right is what I'm trying to say. So you'll build your checklists, you'll build your automated or your automatic configurations for your tooling. You'll know how to extend your tools. You've got your environment set up the way you like, your style of approaching an assessment. If you're like if you're stronger with SAS than DAS, or if you're like you do both equally well. And as you like progress, you'll get to a point where you're able to draw upon your own checklists, follow those, but you're also able to take some of these things and have some instincts. And as you profile an application more and more, you get to a point where like you can look at an application and you can even understand the thinking behind it. You can kind of understand where the engineers, literally just looking through code, you can kind of understand like how an application is going to be structured. Like you can kind of guess how that, for instance, I saw a Ruby application years ago, and I immediately was like, oh, these are .NET and Java programmers who are trying to write a Ruby on Rails program. Sure enough, that was the case. I mean, that's the point that you get to. You like really, you get in tune with this stuff. So right now, what we've showed you is a conglomeration of different checklists, but with a overarching methodology that you can pick and choose for the pieces that make sense for you, except for obviously the things I say that we say you absolutely need to be doing. You're going to build upon these. You're going to have your own checklist, and that's what we want. We want you to use these as a base to build upon, and then just do this over and over and over again. These reviews, and you're going to build out. And this will become less of like I'm following a process and less and more like the process is built into me. I don't have to think about it. It's just like I know what to do. But that doesn't mean you just don't follow checklists. I still to this day follow checklists. We have a work one I'd love to show you, but now it has some sensitive stuff I can't show you. But it's like common things that go wrong in our environment and things we look for whenever a new feature is introduced into github.com. You should have that as well. So anyways, that's my little spiel on the progression of how you start out to where you end, and how you get there along the way. We only had 2 days with you, so we're trying to jam pack a lot into this. But so now that you're about to break out, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to grab a template, and you're going to want to, you can remove the findings bit. We'll talk about that actually like later if we have time, we'll talk about that after people present. Now you might want to use the generic checks. That is going to be completely up to you. I would copy them over anyways and put them into these sections. So you can just pretty much delete these and paste in the generic checks raw here. And then the last bit to really mention, sorry, let me put this in here just because I am going to upload this later. I do want it to look like formal. Actually, I'll upload this before, like while y'all are getting started to reviewing code. The last thing to mention are the materials. So what I would love to see y'all do is choose one of these, choose an open source application. Seth and I give you these places to start.
Go back. Sorry. It's OSS. Yeah.
Yeah. I just realized that I was reading it. So I got a phone. I'm getting a phone call. Like, look at the phone call. I'm like trying to speak. I multitasked myself out of the correct file. Anyways, so this OSS app, we have a list of recommended apps, but I would love, and Seth would love for you to just choose anything that's even if it's not on this list. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Like, find something that makes sense, an open source, web application. These awesome Django, awesome Rails, awesome Node, awesome Java, all of that stuff just brings you to more links for additional open source apps that you can. So you can do like e-commerce apps, and you can download these, and they'll be built in like .NET, for instance. So your team should mutually decide one app that you're going to review. So again, just one last time, you've got your open source apps as your list of apps, you've got your example template, and you've got your generic checks. Use all of that as part of this. I'm going to hand this over to you, Seth, because I know you know how to do all the breakout stuff and all that.
Yep. And that's going to be the question, is how many people should we put into a group? Should we keep it to 2 or 3? what are your thoughts there? What would people like? Because the first 5 minutes, and I wouldn't take more than 5 or 10 minutes choosing an app, just so you can get into the actual process.
Yeah. I mean, I would say 3 people, because
Okay.
I'm looking at the structure there, the participants, and I think 3 makes sense because if we do that, we'll have plenty of time for the readouts, and then maybe even additional time to just open it up for Q&A, just general, like whatever people want to ask. It doesn't even matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are we good if I just assign people randomly to a room, or if you want to be with someone, let me know.
I do have one person who I'm going to send you a name of, who, like, 2 people that are work together that
Okay.
want to, yeah. So. Sending that to you now. Oop, I pasted in the entire checklist, Seth, accidentally to you. I did it again. So I'm just gonna have to write this out because Control-C doesn't work.
All right. Yep. So I'm creating the breakout rooms. Ken and I will pop in. But yeah, I'll start dropping people in together. Okay, so I've got 3 in 1, and then, oh wait, sorry.
While Seth's doing that, one thing to be cognizant of is one person from your group is going to need to present on your combined notes. So this is really a group project. So you may want to do like a Google Doc, or something collaborative. I know there's like online markdown collaboration sites as well, if you'd rather prefer to stay in like a markdown format collaborative site. But either way, yeah, one person's going to want to end up presenting the notes at the end for the team. So just be aware of that. Oh, and sorry, one last thing that I just remembered that I don't know if we ever even talked about this, but this is actually part of the whole group exercise. It's in our slides, but I don't think we highlighted it enough. The whole idea behind brainstorming risks is that you aren't doing that alone. You're doing that with another person. When I work with my team at work, I will pull in somebody else, because the more people that you have contributing ideas, the better value you get out of it. I will tell you that there have been many times where people have thrown, like, we actually did kind of an experiment accidentally, and every single person had a different risk they thought of, or a different set of risks they thought of. Nobody had the same risks. It was like 3 or 4 of us all waiting on the same feature. Nobody had the same ideas. So that's why, that is critical that you do brainstorming with other people. And that's why we like to do this in a group scenario. I should have explained that.
Yeah, I remember we didn't mention that. But okay, so I've got 4 breakout rooms. I'm going to open all of them. Go ahead and enter. It's going to be up to you to work together. Everybody should have their own example template and their own list that they're working from, but make sure and bounce ideas off of each other. Do decide on a single project. Do that within the first 5 minutes or so, and then check in. Let us know. Let me and Ken know once you've decided on the project which one it's actually going to be.
And we're here, we're around.
Yep.
We might be on mute. Hey, if they're in a breakout room, can they hear us still, or is that totally different? You just have to come back later.
I think they have to come back later.
Okay.
Right. And Jeremy's the last one. Let's see. I know I can jump into the breakout room somehow. Oh, yeah, I can join. Can you not see the breakout rooms? You see a breakout rooms down at the bottom as the co-host or not?
Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, so then you can just, once you open up that little window, you can join one. So you can hop in and out of that, right?
I just sent a message to everybody that says we'll be in the main room if you need us.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So But yeah,
Jeremy,
see,
did you get an invite to? You should have an invite to room 4. I'm not sure if you can hear us.
You could manually move. I can move Jeremy there.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I can't. That's just to move to a different room. Never mind.
Yeah. I'm going to pop into one of these and see how it's.
I can't jump into one, but
Oh, you can't?
I can close or broadcast to them. So
Okay.
are you talking? You're muted.
Yeah. Flipping back and forth is easy for me, right? If I've got that window up, I can, there's like, if I look the room itself, it says a join option. Wonder if I can add you to all. No, I have to assign you to a room because you're a, thought you were.
All right. I also just sent them a reminder that at 8 p.m. my time, 5 p.m. West Coast, we will reconvene for presentations.
Okay.
I think what we should do too is at the end is just, even if it's over time a little bit, like open it up to just Q&A, like ask us anything. Where you got us here. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know if you got time for that, but I do. And I'd be
Yeah.
happy to just sit around and like answer any questions people have. I don't really care what it's about.
Yeah. All right. It's just you and I. I don't know what happened to Jeremy Dixon. Jeremy, are you just recording? Bueller.
Now he's not going to get us CPEs. Is that what they're called?
I'm sure, yeah, it is.
It is CPEs.
It is CPEs.
That's sarcasm.
Wonder. I'm going to close.
I forgot about.
What?
Oh, sorry. No, I was just saying I forgot about that reporter who got chased out of Black Hat until that tweet. So funny. Never changed. Or DEF CON, rather. Sorry.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I had dinner, so that was nice.
Yeah. We'll do that in a little bit. I mean, I guess you are, it is 9 o'clock for you, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's late. After this, I'm going to just go relax, I think, for the night.
Mm-hmm.
And chill out.
So that one group, so Nathaniel and Michael, they picked up GitHub or GitLab HQ. They're like, we think we bit off more than we can chew. I was like, yep, that's a huge code base. Do what you can.
Yeah, it's not a small one. I did forget to tell people to choose something that's outside your comfort zone, but I hope that they did that just, sort of organically.
Organically, yeah, we'll see. I know the guys that were doing Pop Critic wrapped it up pretty quick. I think it wasn't overly complex, so we'll see what they found. Anyway, server.js. Access control origin.
How do we just tell everybody like, hey, we're going to bring you back in, or how's that?
Oh, I just broadcasted that out, and then I just said I was going to close all rooms in 1 minute. So I can do that,
okay.
and it'll suck them all back into the main one. Okay. So should I just go for it?
Do it. Pull that trigger, man.
All breakout rooms will close in 58 seconds.
Got to say it in German. It sounds so much more like forceful if you say it in German.
Komm mal zurück. Yeah.
See?
Only got a couple more.
German's a love language, right?
Yes, it is. Genau, das ist es.
So romantic. Good time.
Ich liebe euch. Yeah.
Hey, maybe you could talk to my dog for me and she'll actually listen to you since she's a German Shepherd. She's got to listen to somebody.
Yeah, that's how it works. All right, still waiting on Dustin and Ilya. It looks like everybody else is back. Except I need to remember like the groupings here. Oh, I still got them. Okay, let's see. We didn't lose them. All right. Lots of fun. Everyone found 100 different vulnerabilities, because if you didn't, you failed. No, just kidding. That wasn't the point. That wasn't the point. But we do want to go around the room and have you present your findings. So excited to hear what was identified. I know some of you picked some large applications, some of you picked some smaller ones. There was a pretty good mix of technologies and application frameworks that people were looking at. So let's dive into it. Does anyone want to volunteer to go first, or should I just pick?
I guess we can get it out the way.
Okay, there we go. So Ilya, Dustin, let's see, who wants to present? Who's got the
I'll take the stick. Do you want me to push my screen, or does it matter?
I should. Yeah, can you share your screen, or does it not let you do that? There we go. Yep, we can see it. Good call.
So the application we reviewed was the Ruby on Rails password pusher. We assessed commit number 38 Bravo 5 Charlie 0 Charlie. We're gonna start with findings, and then we're gonna go kind of more or less into our notes what we are found. The first finding was a weak encryption method. Utilize gem EasyCrypt, which by default defaulted to ES128 CBC, which is prone to compromise. We also found a risk of collision using a random number generator, random numbers to generate password URLs. That's the reference. Lastly, uses base64 encryption on passwords, which again,
did it actually call it base64 encryption?
Yes, so definitely see
Awesome.
it online. Recommendation is to upgrade encryption method and gems to more reputable implementation, or utilize industry standard encryption methods. Second point is they had a hard-coded password list. That password, the simple ones, did not utilize dynamic approach in checking for bad passwords. So our recommendation was to either use regex or an external library to implement more of a dynamic password checking. So for simple passwords like 1, 2, 3, 4, this and that, and the other. Currently, all they had was about 15 different passwords that were just very basic. So again, that's kind of pointless to have that in there, the way it's implemented currently. Third issue is they had no login enabled that at least we could detect. Recommendation is to enable logging, at the very least a Ruby default, or enable some routines, internal routines in the controllers, considering you are dealing with sensitive information such as passwords and you are storing them in your database, encrypted or not. Fourth finding is suspected authorization issue. Again, there was no way that the app checked who actually accesses those passwords from those URLs, which could be potential for man-in-the-middle attacks. So if I intercept one of those URLs, or the user sends it to a wrong person by accident, I could potentially grab their passwords. And our recommendation is to add authentication authorization controls in order to avoid man-in-the-middle attacks and to kind of keep the user in check. And lastly, was a very last minute find, is gem foreman should not be bundled in gem file. It is found in a gem file despite clear vulnerability warning from a GitHub repo. It's literally a first line in that repository not to bundle it, considering it's, I believe, a library versus a dependency. When you load it as a dependency, it creates issue. We provided a link to that wiki that describes the issue further. And our recommendation is to remove it from gem file and to follow prescribed steps in GitHub repo for safe installation for this given framework. So our notes included, based on the source code that we analyzed, the behavior is, it's an open source app. It communicates passwords via web. My guess was it kind of obfuscates / encrypts it. You send that link to another person, which clicks it, the app decrypts the password, and there you go, we have the password. So you could email it, you can send it through open channels, and effectively it's just a bunch of garbled text until you decrypt it. Passwords also have time to live, or amount of times of view, upon which the password is destroyed out of the database. What kind of information it holds. For some reason, we're looking at schema, it does hold users. It has mentions of admins. And of course, it holds passwords. It looked like in encrypted format using that EasyCrypt gem. Let's see, IP, user agents, yep. Different types of roles. Looked like it was users and admins to send the passwords back and forth. Our concerns was end-to-end encryption to make sure there's no password leaks, confidentiality, user management, which wasn't exactly, as stated before, well implemented, in our humble opinion. Mm-hmm. Tech stack was Ruby on Rails, and obviously Ruby as a programming language. Third-party components, so we have listed them, so it's pretty much straight out of gem file. Data store uses Postgre and production and SQLite in development. Our brainstorming was potential risk would be weak compromise encryption methods, as already stated, with a given gem, password mishandling. There were no user tests. There were a lot of password tests, but no user tests. Potential database leak after expiration, crypt key, salt hard-coded in environment.rb, and similar concern with the secret token.rb. The things I wanted to review was, again, there was no rejects for bad passwords. It was hard-coded, used hybrid marshal in JSON, which is RC vulnerable, cookie serializer.rb. We wanted to check for vulnerabilities in the encryption gem. What is it encrypting, how it's doing it, and check for logging. So what we marked in red is we actually had some findings. This kind of notation, we checked, there was nothing there, so we kind of left it as is. Yeah. So it looked like for authentication used hard-coded bad password list, commands control RB line 21. Authorization did seem to verify intended audience, did not seem to verify intended audience user. So the concern was that should link be pasted into wrong context and intercepted. It seemed like it would be able to be decrypted by the app. Audit and logging, normally for Ruby on Rails, you can enable that environment.rb, which was not the case, nor we have found any similar logic within its controllers in order to keep a log of different transactions within the app. Cryptography used the base 64 encryption on passwords in the password control RB line 22. And once again, gem EasyCrypt isn't exactly up to snuff to be doing that kind of work. And lastly, it's mapping and roots. We've found that the generation for the password URL used the RNG, which creates a possible collision potential in generating those URLs. That's all we have. Are there any questions?
Sweet. Did you find there is actually a website that is out there called PW Push? I think it's pwpush.com. Yeah, that is running this code, right? That was the other thing I knew, that it was out, that password pusher. And so people have actually written more things around it, but this is the production instance of PW Push, or, password pusher. The code base. So if you wanted to try some of the stuff out, you could. This is dangerous, right? Like the stuff you found here is amazing, right? As far as, in the time that was given, right? Yeah,
it's probably like an hour and a half or possibly less that you had to do all of that.
Yeah, I guess they didn't fix their bad password list. 321 definitely works.
321. Yeah, I mean, that's a good find, right? Like I know there's the ZXC VBN project that you can embed that'll actually do checks for like all the stuff that's coming out of the password breaches, and there's a lot of functionality that should be adjusted in that for sure. So sweet. Ken, any other questions on that one?
No,
or anybody else?
I was just saying good job. Yeah.
Thanks.
And you followed the process. The main thing, we're looking for is the process being followed, and to see you actually follow it properly, document your what you've found and what you discovered. That's really all we can ask for. And the fact that you also found things that's always awesome.
Yeah,
to see.
It's always an added bonus. So good job.
The team effort. I did have a question in terms of checklist creation and investigating the checklist. Is it worth separating the two, or is it worth just combining them like we kind of did here?
It's kind of what works for you. I found that depending on the size of the code base and how much time I have, I'll do what you did, right? Like I'll kind of create the checklist and move through it as I add items. And then I'll throw them under the different topics that I'm interested in once I get to know the code base. But the initial like first half hour or whatever that you're investigating and figuring out how things are put together is always kind of non-negotiable. But as far as when you get to the checklist, it's really what's up to you. So.
Also, like to add to this as well, I think this is important for everybody to know is that there's no specific numerical order except for making sure that you do the behavior profiling and the tech stack, up front. And but like in terms of I guess what I'm saying is as you go through and do your assessment, you'll find spots where you're like, oh, this is weird. Let me put this as like my list of risks or something to go back and check, or maybe let me put this in the authorization for later to go and check. Or you might say, oh, I didn't know this functionality exists in the application. Let me go back and annotate this as some behavior I didn't know before. And then when you double back, and it may happen where you double back multiple times, you'll go back through that list, make sure you didn't miss anything. You might say, oh, okay, boom, here's a risk. Like I need to make sure I check for that. So anyways, or here's a new behavior and I need to add some risks that might be associated with that new behavior.
Yep.
Gotcha. Appreciate it.
Cool. All right. Good job, team. All right. Who wants to go next? We have 3 more lucky presenters, I guess.
We can go on our side. This is Michael.
Okay.
Trey.
All right.
Cool. I will screen
Go
share.
for it. Yep. Go for it.
All right. Can everyone see my screen?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
just pretty small.
Okay. Let me try and make it bigger.
You can just, if you can just.
Yeah,
zoom
yeah. Or under insert, there's like 125%. You can just change that.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay.
We can read that there.
Okay. So I'm trying to actually remember the name of the application here because we didn't note it, but it started as a
Cartridge, I think.
Cartridge is what it was. I was going to say cockpit. So the app was Cartridge and the commit number was 068046D. And the purpose of the application, it's basically a shopping cart application and it's built on Django. It extends another content management platform called Mezzanine. And that's been around for a while. And a lot of the functionality that the application uses is actually coming from Mezzanine. So it was kind of important for us to make sure we had that code available so we could trace things back down to there if we had to. So it's basically an extension of Mezzanine for the purpose of a shopping cart experience use case. So turning that content management system specifically into shopping cart management, it's handling payments. It can pass off payments to a third-party service as well, such as Stripe or PayPal. So it has functionality there to do that. But essentially, it's just as an admin, you would post your products, you would take payment information from users, they could purchase things from your site. And yeah, you can consider it just basically a shop. So in terms of what kind of information it could hold, we were concerned about PCI in the event it wasn't using the payment gateways to offload that responsibility. Was it storing any payment information associated with users? How is it storing it? We're also concerned with any PII. We saw that, of course, the application is going to track your orders and your invoices and associate that with an individual and their first name and their last name. And we wanted to make sure that was secured as well. So those were 2 of the primary concerns in terms of, at least that's the information that it would hold. And for the different types of roles, there was the admin user and then unauthenticated users is what we came up with. It was actually difficult for us at first to find all the different users of the application because a lot of it was coming from the Mezzanine code base. But what we did know is in this application specifically, they did define 5 or 6 admin users with different administrative abilities. For example, shop admin, platform admin. So a lot of variety there with admin users. And then, of course, unauthenticated users. In terms of the tech stack, there's a few things that stuck out to us. It supported multiple versions of Python, which is fine, but the Django versions that it supported or was using in the install were old, as you can see.
Yeah, those are really old. That's Phew. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So that was concerning to us and something we noted as a potential risk. There was also, of course, mezzanine. We also wanted to dig into that version and see if it was outdated, any CVEs or anything of that sort, since a lot of the functionality was abstracted or came from mezzanine. We also looked at libraries in no particular order. XHTML to PDF can be interesting depending on how they implement certain functionality. Sometimes that can introduce SSRF vulnerabilities if they try to go out and fetch external resources in an iframe or something and embed it into a page. So we're interested in that. Stripe was a library or a Python package I think they're using for the Stripe payment processor service. And PyPDF, which we weren't sure how that was being used in conjunction with XHTML to PDF. But again, same kind of concerns for that in XHTML to PDF, depending on how it was rendering HTML to PDFs. JavaScript widgets, Capelli. So this is a skin for the admin interface or code to do with skinning the admin interface. And the Django file browser, which I believe we identified there could be issues there with that. Dylan was poking more into that research. So it is reliant on mezzanine, so for example, that could be using webhook events. So it's something we called out, but we didn't necessarily confirm. In terms of ORM or in the data stores in use, it supports Postgres, MySQL, Oracle, SQLite. Based off that and based off what we were seeing, it looks like they were doing this correctly. Like they weren't doing raw SQL concatenation. It's something rather more parameterized and mapping it out respectively to like each database and how that would be structured for each of these DBMSs. So in terms of brainstorming risks, the administrative console is enabled. We saw that from the README. There is a default password here in use. It's not something that's like randomly generated and presented to the user. So this would be something that you would expect the admin to change or hope the admin would change. We were concerned with mishandling PII, of course, and PCI. Concern for SQL injection, as we identified that it supported multiple SQL DBMSs. Django CVEs, we mentioned the version was very old. Mezzanine CVEs, as it was widely dependent on mezzanine. Escalation of privileges was a concern because we had identified multiple administrator roles, and we know that there's at least a regular user role, unauthenticated access as well. The user role would probably mimic a customer trying to make a purchase on the application. So an escalation to admin would present a risk. Secure payments, of course, if this is handling payment information and how it's storing it. Because this deals with payment information, cross-site scripting can be very impactful here. So it's something we wanted to look for. I also mentioned the SSRF and XSS related capabilities of the XHTML to PDF or the potential there, depending on how it's generating the PDFs from the HTML input and if the user has control over the HTML input. Upload functionality, so you can upload product images and things of that sort. We were interested to see if there's any interesting upload functionality in the application. Insecure direct object references, invoice numbers, order numbers. We wanted to see how random these were. Could they be guessed? And if they weren't randomized, was there any additional authorization protections on them? I believe we identified their algorithm for generating a secret key. So that is something we wanted to poke into. We saw that mentioned in the docs_settings.py. And that is it for the risks we identified as things that might be able to go wrong. So yeah, again, Django. And then we got to the risk sections here, identified things that we wanted to look for. So starting off with, this one actually came from the template, but the pipe safe, right, as a potential sink. And we used the SemGrep cheat sheets that were documented online to find more potential sinks associated with Django or with Python in general. So we called a lot of those out, just things to look for, kind of copy pasted from the cheat sheet. Also looking at authorization, login required decorator. We wanted to see how they're doing authentication and authorization, and this is what we saw them using was login required. Seeing if they're doing any filtering insecurely, find all, find one, find by. I wanted to see how those were being used and if that was user controlled inputs, if they were taking and handling that data insecurely. We're interested again in the file browser, mezzanine, and then again, these are the sinks. The payment options, we mentioned eGate, PayPal, upload functionality. And I think with that, Dylan, do you want to talk about this part?
That I think was Christopher's little bit. If you wanted to mention that, Christopher.
Oh yeah, just going through there, looking at some of the form validation they had. So they had it seemed like they had started to, I guess, template out ways that you could hook into PayPal or you get other online payment options. And for all of those cases, the forms didn't have really any validation. So even though like card numbers were, you'd assume they'd be integers, it just says their character field, maybe in some of them limiting length. But it definitely seemed like the user could put whatever they want there, unless the one thing I would give them is that this appears to be kind of an extension, right? So it seems like there was some work that they expected people to build off of this, like this was used as building blocks to start a shopping cart. So maybe they made some assumptions that folks would have other checks on there, and some of these things were more example than actually how it should be implemented. But yeah, there didn't seem to be any very good input validation for some of the things the user did control. And that was just one example.
Yeah, that was kind of the interesting thing about this code base is it wasn't actually a fleshed out application. It was more of a platform that developers were expected to add on to create their own application. So there was a lot of, kind of abstraction layers and the ability to use different DBMSs and such. So it was kind of interesting though to look at that sort of code base.
I can tell you I've done those reviews professionally, and it is one of the hardest types of reviews to do, and also to write up anything you do find. So kudos to you to be able to get this far in that period of time.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it was definitely interesting, but really good practice, I think. Yeah, this authorization bit was something interesting we found. So we did find that most of the endpoints use the login required decorator, but actually a few endpoints that should definitely have been authenticated didn't have that. And so we were poking at that a bit further. One of those was the invoice endpoint where you'd pass in an order ID and it would render a PDF of an invoice. And there was no login required decorator. So we poked into that a bit more, and they did have authentication in place. So they would parse your order ID, and then they would actually request the user associated with the session and do a lookup in the database to see if that order ID was basically associated with that user. So they were kind of doing their own sort of authentication there. And we didn't look super far into this because we ran out of time. But this was something we noted just because they were kind of rolling their own authorization into some endpoints. Trying to think. Yeah, we did find a bunch of instances.
Hey Seth, I don't know if you were talking to us, but you were muted.
Yeah, sorry. I was just saying I pulled up that invoice function, Dylan, and it looks completely suspect, right? Like how they're handling that, and they're getting the order ID for the user, right? So maybe there's something in there, but yeah, that looks crazy. Sorry, go ahead. I was just, that was an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, that one definitely looked suspect. I think we would have liked to spend more time looking at that. But then we also had a lot of good leads that we didn't get to fully flesh out either, from some of just our sync grepping, from some of those Django SSS syncs that we were looking for. So a lot of instances of like the pipe safe keyword. We also, I think, saw some calls to make safe. Yeah, I think some of these we included here. And a couple of those inputs, I forget exactly which ones. A couple of them did look like they were user controlled though. So that would definitely be something we'd poke into more.
Another potential issue we couldn't really validate was if the user had control over the slug here. So the way they're pulling a template to render this product.slug, we were curious if this could be user controlled. So that's kind of where what we were checking out towards the end there. But you can see it's just a string format character %s. So we were curious, what would happen if you tried to put traversal sequences and access a file that wasn't a template, or if you were able to upload your own template and then point to that if you had control over the product.slug string. So that's something we were looking into. We just couldn't find out really what that represented and if users had control over that.
Yeah, I actually, so yeah, that's interesting that you say that. I think if they had control over their product slug, it would make it easier to exploit. But I do wonder if like just because like I guess that's no, you're right. You're right. I mean, you'd have to know if I mean, obviously it's
That's definitely like if you
yeah,
look
you'd
in
have to know what the product
urls.py,
is. Yeah.
yeah, you'd have to know what it was, but that's
Or
definitely
not know
user
what it is, but be able
controlled,
to control it. Yeah.
right? Like that product.slug looks like it's coming in from the URL pattern, right? But yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a lot to dig into here, right? Yeah, I keep wanting to jump in, but that's because I do a lot of Python, and yeah, that's these are all good finds, right? Like it's all suspect.
Did
The
you
login and yeah.
in the
What?
urls.py for that product route, did you see if it was what the slug value, if it was in the URL?
Yeah, it is. It
Yep.
is.
Yeah,
It
so
comes
that
in.
is user content. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because it's passed into. Yeah, the slug is passed into the actual. Yeah, views.py, the product.
So then scroll back down if you don't mind in your Google Doc. Yeah. So then that slug gets passed in there, and at what point does it become? So it's product.slug. So product is get object. Slug, yeah. Oh, but you're referencing it by, so it's doing a get object or 404 on published products using the slug lookup. So it would have to exist in the published products.
Exactly.
And then be
Yeah.
product.slug attribute. So it's not really user control, but that's interesting. Yeah.
One of the things we were thinking was, if you were an administrator, could you create your own product that has a malicious string or something of that sort with the sequence, and then do it that way? But it would require admin permissions, even if that was possible. But yeah, it was interesting. Interesting. We didn't really get to finish this lead, but stuck out to us.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
One other thing I'd want to call out. So we did do a thorough job of going through the different URL files. There were 2 of those. But one of the things Christopher actually saw was there wasn't any auditing happening here from our perspective, or from what we saw in our review. And given the nature of this application, auditing seems very important. So there was nothing in terms of that. So we potentially marked that as a finding.
Yeah, and with the like CRM frameworks like you're looking at here, that's a pretty common, right? They just assume that, oh, somebody else is going to log out, or some other developer. Having seen implementations of these though over the years, like most of the time, the developers that come up with the templates or with these like frameworks, yeah, the assumptions that they make, or the stuff that they do, the people that actually put those together, the developers, the front end developers, or whatever you want to call them, typically just take the defaults and run, right? It's usually, I'm using this template because I just don't have time to develop it on my own. So they very rarely go back and add things like logging, like you're saying. So
Yep, makes sense.
anyway, yeah, guys, this is amazing. This is, in a couple of hours, you've really, you made a lot of good progress. And, I know there's a lot more to dig into, but this is good.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cool. Any other
really
questions
nice.
for this team? Did you guys have
This
more
is-
that you wanted to show there? Right. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Christopher, Dylan, feel free. I didn't have anything else on my end.
No, I think that's most of what we got through so far. Like we said, a bunch of leads we just didn't have time to continue going down.
Okay, it's good.
Yeah, no, I think that covered it from my end. The only thing I'd add on there is just that there were some kind of high level bad code smells in there. Like, I don't think the last merge to master is in like the past year, and obviously saw the kind of the old dependencies. And then we were also finding code that really shouldn't work So not just, vulnerabilities, but just like actual bug, bugs that things that just seem like, okay, that there's no way that'll run. So,
Yep. Cool. Good. Yep. All good things. Awesome. Okay. Great. Then we have 2 groups left. Let's see who wants to go next.
I think we could go ahead and do ours.
Okay. Go ahead. Who's driving that, Richard?
I will. Let me share my screen here. Okay. Can you guys see our Google Doc?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Cool. So we did an application called Pop Critic for ours. It's a super small web application. We wanted to stick with something on the smaller side, just to try and get through what we could. So starting off with the behavior of the app, basically it's a movie review website to help people just basically read about different movies, and then users can post their reviews about them. That was pretty much all the functionality that we saw. I guess the audience is pretty much anybody that would want to go on there. I think all of us watch movies. What kind of information did it hold? Just pretty much just user account info. It captures your email if you wanted to register, and then obviously any review that you posted. That was pretty much all the data that we saw that it's holding. We didn't see any different type of roles, but we kind of talked about, I saw another group had unauthorized users, so we probably could have listed that out here, but basically you can use the app without logging in or anything, but you just can't post a review unless you are logged in. So we didn't see any kind of admin user or anything like that. This was just kind of us speculating about concerns that people might have that would use an app like this. Obviously you want it to be available. And yeah, that's pretty much it on that. For the tech stack, it was implemented with Node.js for the back end and React for the front end. And there was also some usage of Express. We had a bunch of the dependencies listed out here as well, the third-party libraries it was using. There were quite a bit, obviously, being a Node app. And then the other thing we noticed is it actually pulled data via API from 2 different sources, which we thought was kind of weird. It was getting some information about movies from this, the moviedb.org. And then it was actually, I believe, storing things on this Heroku instance. If Sam or Caleb, if you want to jump in, correct me, feel free.
Oh yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. And then for the data store, they were also using Postgres. We saw a few references to Firebase, but nothing in the actual code. There was just like a few config files. So we thought maybe it was just like leftover from some previous thing that someone was tinkering with. This was just, oh, good.
No, I looked it up, and popcritic.herokuapp.com is actually, I think, available to register.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it doesn't look to be in use. So
interesting.
anyways.
Yeah, they were hard coded references in the code base. I assumed that it was still working because there is a running instance of the app, but maybe not. I don't know. So these are our dependencies. Some of the risks that we brainstormed were basically there's not much personal info in here other than emails, so there's not really a risk on user data or anything like that. We did see a lot of database queries, which I could show in a sec on the code. I'm not sure if they're SQL injection vulnerable or not, but they were using tons of queries in a lot of different files. We also put a note to look into possibility of cross-site scripting attacks. There didn't appear to be very much client side validation, excuse me, and there was
none on the server side. So that's another interesting thing. When Caleb spun this up locally, he noticed a lot of high vulnerabilities in some of the third-party dependencies, which again is, I guess, kind of common with Node apps if they're not updated. For the authentication, they were basically delegating to Google using OAuth. So there was no like authentication implemented in the app itself. And then there was one area where it created a token using a crypto library that was pulled in. I think that token was for storing and identifying users, I believe. So one of the generic risks, I think we also called this out in the audit section, but there was no logging at all in the application. On the client side, there were just a few console logs, and on the server side, there was no logging at all. Yeah, this is kind of a repeat of what I went over before, but these are notes that we would probably check through if we had more time. Go through here. Yeah, so this is just checklist items, kind of more defined of what I was talking about before, and some of the specific areas where we wanted to look. Here's the routes that we mapped out. And that's pretty much it. So I don't want to go too much into this, but the code base is pretty small. And another kind of interesting thing is the structure was kind of interesting. They just had like a lot of files, and then everything was called index.js. So, and then just an example of a lot of the queries that we saw, it was a lot of stuff like this. So this might be okay. It looks like it's parameterized, but I wasn't sure exactly. So we put this on there as something we'd want to look up, but they used a lot of just string queries like this all throughout the code base. So, and then another funny thing was there's like tons of different get ignore files in here. So we're kind of thinking they must have had this separate and then combined it all at one point, because we have like 1, 2, 3, 4 different get ignore files. So I don't know. Caleb or Sam, did you guys want to add anything else?
Yeah, so another thing that could have been looked into, it doesn't really uses Google for OAuth, so that would have been an interesting thing to look at if I knew a lot more about that and I had some more time. And also, I guess I noticed actually in the last like 10 minutes that it kind of verifies a lot of the front end stuff with a token that like passed through a URL parameter, which you can definitely just kind of change as you go and do stuff with. So it's kind of a funky setup there, and it seems to allow you to pretty much do anything that a logged in user would do. I didn't really test it because I don't have permission at this pop critic site to do that, so didn't want to do that. But it's also one of those examples of kind of where user enumeration probably doesn't matter, just due to the way the app's designed. But it's up to everyone's interpretation. I would not personally sign up for this, but
yeah. That website, I was just poking around that website. It does look pretty sketchy, right?
It's very
wow. Glad that one's interesting. Dang, that's it's a good code base though, right? Like to exercise some of these some of these approaches on
information.
Yeah, right, because there's a lot of good stuff to dig into. Even though it is fairly simple, there's a lot of questionable calls and a lot of information that you do still have to parse through. The db.query stuff, I'm with you there that it looks like it's okay, but I'd really want to validate it if I was doing a full-blown review on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What about, did you guys get to templating at all, right? Like how they're actually, showing that data? Are they using some sort of templating engine there?
No, it was mostly just React. Like,
okay.
Yeah,
the
they
React
have.
app. That's right. That's what you said. Okay. Yep. All
so
right.
yeah, it's pretty much just React's JSX stuff. So
Cool. Okay. Yeah, and that's another one, right? Like you could always search for dangerously set inner HTML. They're probably not using it if it's this simple, but you never know. Yeah, especially I start to question the versions of everything that they're using along, all across the board when the site looks like this, because I doubt it's getting updated. And
right.
Yeah, I was going to ask you to go to that, and so can you scroll down a little bit?
Oh, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what the current version for a lot of this stuff is, but yeah, we'd probably want to look that up.
Well, I'm guessing. Yeah. So sorry, never mind.
I was gonna say, yeah, most of that stuff in this file looks pretty good. It's when you hop in that package lock is where you're seeing like a bunch of nasty stuff like across the board. So it goes and goes. And Rich, you showed me the other one. There's like a different package lock for the
server.
For the server side, yeah, and it's even worse. So one of them has like 6,000 lines of imports it's doing. So that's the shorter of the two, I think. But the one you're on before, Rich, just goes and goes. So
yeah, I think I've seen this before with Node apps. I think on the client side, there's like 16,000 lines of dependencies.
Do you mind
defined.
showing your notes for a sec real quick? And
Yeah.
I just want to scroll through here. Can you go down to where you talk about session handling?
I don't know if we noted much about that other than the authorization section.
So is the token that's retrieved from a URL and stored in local storage, is that token like what the JavaScript client side pulls out and uses as a session, I wonder?
Yeah, that is what it uses. It generates it with a crypt library somewhere in here. I can't.
Yeah, I was just thinking like, how would CSRF protections work there, Seth? You know what I'm driving at. I'm like a little confused on how.
Yeah, so you can definitely just like set your own and go with it. So it's kind of funky.
Yeah, like interesting.
Is
Because
this where you
CSRF
saw that,
obviously
Sam?
would be a risk I'd be concerned about. Getting like getting people all over the web to like upvote something. Yeah, like specifically like to game the system and get like a movie either downvoted or upvoted on massive scale. To prevent that, you'd want CSRF protection. So that's why I'm trying to think like how that would work. Yeah.
For this site, it mitigates pretty effectively against that by giving everything 5 stars, no matter what the rating you give
it. Amazing. Sweet. All right. Well, yeah. Good job, guys. Like this is it's great. Just what we wanted to see. So,
thank you.
Anything else before we jump to the last group?
No, that's pretty much it from us.
Okay. And I think last we have, is it Mike and Nathaniel?
Yeah, I'm the one that'll be sharing screen, but Mike's going to take lead in talking.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. So for us, we kind of bit off a bit more than we could chew. We decided to look through the GitLab HQ. It was a pretty large file. I think it was like 10 megabytes. Already right off the bat, we noticed it was 10 times larger than Behemoth. So there's a lot of files and a lot of things for us to go through. Just in general, what we were able to go through, I mean, in terms of the behavioral stuff, similar to GitHub, it's, open source collaboration effort where you've got both internal and external customers. With the internal, it's going to be more, people doing the administrative part, and then external, it's, it's open to the rest of the public to build and provide, build code and provide updates. In terms of information that pushes, like I said, it's mostly building code and then pushing updates. And the roles, we kind of struggled with this one. We were able to find admin and user, but we weren't able to find any others. We assume there's additional roles in this this package just based on the fact that there's an enterprise version that they mentioned in the README. And so we're assuming that there's at least another privilege group that handles that piece, but we weren't able to find it just combing through all the files in this. Moving on to the tech stack, just looking through the README, the framework and language, it's mostly based on Ruby, but you've got Ubuntu, Debian, CentOS, Red Hat, or RHL, OpenSUSE, Ruby 2.7.2, Git 2.31, Redis 5.0, and Postgres SQL 12. For the third-party components, there were numerous things we saw in this. There was one file that had over 200 dependencies, and it's importing a whole bunch of different things, but it's also trying to be versatile and talking to Jira, Confluence, Slack, email. We found multiple files, and each one kind of had their own flavor of dependencies that they addressed or they were working on. With some being focused more on being extensions to other applications, and others focusing on more porting in some of those libraries and features. For the data store, it looks like a majority of it was SQL or Postgres SQL. We saw some stuff referencing SQLite 3 and Redis, but like I said, there's a lot of dependencies on this, and so I think some of those references are more trying to make it play nice with other programs. In terms of the authorization, authentication, and auditing, once again, this thing is massive in terms of all the different things we saw. We saw references to CAPTCHA. We saw your standard username and passwords. It looks like there's its own version of Kerberos running. There are a couple files, or there are a few files that listed MD5 hashes. And there was even one piece where we saw it gave you the option to have SMIME enabled in emails. And so, like I said, there was just a lot of things just kind of combing through this and trying to pull it apart and make sense of what we could. Like I said, just kind of last minute notes, one of the big issues when we were kind of going through our checklist was just trying to find the different user groups or types. We did struggle with that. In terms of looking through the information that was stored, it didn't look like we saw anything that was related to PII. It's mostly username, password, email, things like that to just create an account. We did find a couple of keys that were stored on it. I know there was at least one public key that we found, and there were a couple other unique findings that we had. Nathan, I know I covered most of it, but is there anything else you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, also often like their QA section, which is their testing section, they did go, at least from the description, they have a whole bunch of certs in there, including some private key certs, and at least one that looks like they're doing a certificate authority just to go and provide like root of trust through that. But usually if you provide both sides like that, that can probably not be all that great if somebody just like shoves it in and uses it rather than creating their own. So rather than having like the tests go and create the required certificates in kind of an ephemeral way that don't stick, these things are like stuck in there where they may leak out from like a pure development environment. And like I said, customized fork of OmniAuth for LDAP, which leads more into their enterprise type application, since that's where you usually see LDAP deployed. Noticed in the user ID stuff, they actually do have, if you are integrating with other ones and you get tokens and stuff, they are storing the tokens right in the database. It's not stored in like the Redis or something else. It's more ephemeral. It's stored in the Postgres SQL database for like the auth token going off to like Jira or Confluence, Bamboo, so on and so forth.
Cool. Ken, you've got to you must have questions, right? It's very much
Yeah,
dear
I
and
just wanted to be
to your
sure we
heart.
were done. No, I
Okay.
just want to make sure they were done. That's why I was quiet.
Yeah, no,
Um,
like I said, this one was really large and complex and a little bit beyond us to try
Yeah,
to sort through in the time period
Yeah.
we had.
And also,
it felt
yeah.
like you're just getting started for sure, right? Because it's so large. Just to understand what's going on, it would take a good couple of days just to get your hands around it. Not to mention actually start digging in. Sorry,
Yeah,
Ken,
for
go ahead.
sure. No, I was just going to say also one thing to note is that they run a bug bounty program. So everybody who has, access to the internet and is part of a bug bounty program has probably looked at this GitLab code. So definitely just the fact that you have a Rails application that's complex, not just huge, but it is huge, also complex, and then like well vetted, huge uphill. I mean, Mount Everest uphill, battle there. So you followed the process though, and given the time constraints, looks pretty good. I mean, can you go all the way up to the top? Yeah, I mean, you've got a pretty good list here between the tech stack, and like now for instance, with Redis to look for like set and get with user supplied content. Like specifically to look at SQL injection and if you find it, how does it manifest with PostgreSQL? You've got let's see here, Linux code user information. Yeah, I mean this really is a good start, and the OmniAuth stuff is a whole rabbit hole you can really go down at some point as well, depending on the size of the engagement and how much time you have. So yeah. This looks really good.
The part that caught me though was the fact that they forked OmniAuth for LDAP in there and did their own thing with it.
Yeah,
that strikes me as interesting.
There's definitely some risk associated with that, right? Whether or not they've kept that up to date, like the core, and maintained and tracked, or if it's just a complete fork that they haven't ever updated. Yeah, it's good, right? Like, I mean, this is exactly what we want to see with a large code base. There's only so much time that we have, like, with us together, but you have the initial indicators. You're pushing through. Yeah, you probably didn't make it as far as you wanted to, but this is true to life when we're given these code bases, and so we've got to push back realistically to whoever the customer is and say, hey, this is what I've got in the time that was allotted, right? If you want more, you need to give me some more time to get through it, right? Cool. Awesome, guys. This is great, right? This is exactly what we want to see at the end of the course, is people digging in, implementing, making it their own, not just what Ken and I put out there. So kudos to all of you for digging in and going for it. Good job.
Yeah, and actually, I did have one last question on the GitLab HQ bit.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out, if you go to that, is there a file named abilities?
A file named abilities.
Or ability or something like that.
Honestly, I don't remember, but like I said, there's a massive amount of files. So it wouldn't surprise me if we just didn't happen to come across it.
Well, no, yeah, I suspect that it might have a. I saw a GraphQL in the list of libraries it included in the gem file, and so when y'all were showing it, so I thought maybe it might be managing permissions through like an abilities table, and that would be the reason I say that is that would actually be the reason you there's no way you would have gotten to that in an hour and a half. It's pretty complex, so. I suspect that it's maybe named something differently, but they have this schema that is called upon with like a GraphQL set of endpoints. So it would be super complex. There's no way you would catch that in an hour and a half. So, and like understand it. So great job overall. Seth, so I think we should go back to the slides. And
Okay.
yeah, so everyone did a great job. Seriously, everyone did a really good job. I think we should go back to the slides one last time and cover sort of the reporting bit and then open it up for QA. I know we got like 2 minutes left, but we can briefly touch upon that.
Yep, that's all good, right? Let's do it.
And yeah, Seth and I were talking, and we're just like, we'll stick around for a few minutes to just do like Q&A, anything you all want to ask, you know, whether it's about the course or anything else. You know, if we were in person, we would be chatting with you a bunch, like during breaks and just in the class and during the exercise, but not having that ability to do that, it's best if we open it up after this to just like chat. So,
and we will be in that Slack. Ken and I are in that Absolute AppSec Slack channel all the time, right? We run that during the podcast, but we're there at any time. If there's other questions that pop up, or if you got questions about the content, please reach out, right? Like, we want people to be able to use this and make other people better as well. So, yeah, from a report writing perspective, Ken, what specifically did you want to cover on this? I know that, the first group had put some stuff together for description and kind of like, remediation approach, like what their recommendations were on it. These are the detailed findings. Or this is typically what we see in detailed findings, but what exactly did you want to call out here?
Item 2, and then remediation approach. So applicable file function variables and line numbers. So wherever possible, use those permalinks. They're available on any repo content provider. So it'll be very helpful to go and reference those permalinks later, and you may come back to your report in 6 months, and that might be really useful. And then on the remediation approach, I would highly recommend that if you can run the application locally, that if there's for your more significant findings, like things that need to be remediated pretty quickly, it's to get things fixed quickly, it's best to show people how to fix it. And even if it's not the best code in the world, just a developer will take it, they'll fine tune it, they'll make it better. But it helps give them an idea of how to fix the vulnerability. So I would recommend, if you can run the application locally, try and fix whatever higher risk vulnerabilities you've got locally, and then provide an example or screenshot of the code you wrote. So that's kind of, I guess what I'm trying to say is, we have source code. If you can run that source code, take full advantage of that. And also that goes true not just for remediation, but for like debugging. We didn't talk about that, but that's super useful. But anyways, back to remediation, like just try and show people how to fix things. It's the best way to do it. So all you, Seth.
Yeah, I mean, my main thing here is actually showing the value, right? Like, I know including raw notes is helpful to developers at times, but I do want a full walkthrough when I'm reading a report as a developer, or I'm creating one as a code reviewer, to give them as much information as possible. Why is it that this is a bad code smell, right? Like, what is it about this function, about this line of code that I have heartburn about, and lay it out there, right? If there's pushback, there's pushback, but at the very least, start that conversation. Give it a risk severity based on what you feel looking at the code base. Most developers will understand that you don't have a full view of all the different competing risks and severities that are out there, but jump into it as much as you can, and then references to other places. Like, the better that you write the report, the more time that you spend on it, the less questions you're going to have from the developers out of the gate, and the more code that's actually going to get fixed. And that's just what I found over the course of my career. Cool. All right. Let's see. Anything else? Looks like Caleb has to go. So
Yeah.
Caleb, thanks so much. Please fill out the course evaluations when you get them. But otherwise, jump into the Slack channel if you've got questions. Ping us on Twitter. We appreciate the time that you've spent with us and all the work that you've put in. We know it's a little odd this year with everything being virtual, but we really appreciate you spending time with us.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, there we go.
So yeah, I guess we could just and apologies, I am getting tired. Like, it's a good thing this course is done. I'm like, after 9 o'clock or approaching 9 o'clock, I get sleepy. So
Ken
anyways,
turns into a pumpkin.
Yeah, I really do. Seriously, I'm getting, hey, for all the jokes I've cracked over the years about you being old, starting to get old, starting to feel it. Anyways, yeah, we're just opening it up for any Q&A you might have, any questions you might want answered,
Just a
and
quick
thank you
question.
again.
Does this course provide any sort of like completion certificate?
Huh.
I could like use for like CEUs, for example.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I know that Black Hat does. Like, we don't necessarily have one, but I know that Black Hat will do that. Let me ask and see what they actually provide, and we can get back to you on that, Ilya.
Appreciate it. I'll take it over to the Slack and just keep an eye on it.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, actually, sorry to jump in. I had the same question there. I'm a government civilian, so like, unfortunately, they need a piece of paper that says I did this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, if Black Hat can't do something, which I'm sure that they can, but yeah, Seth, in the event that there's like some issue, I'm sure we could print out something that says.
Oh yeah, we can definitely put something together that you've completed the next level, the next level bug hunting course for sure.
Okay.
Ken and I could put something together if Black Hat doesn't provide, but I'm asking in the Black Hat Discord channel right now.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, much appreciated. Just the government checks and balances, as it were.
Sorry to interject, but yeah, apart from that, I echo Caleb's comment. I really appreciate you too. Lots of great information. Unfortunately, I got to run. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for spending the time with us, Ilya. Have a good rest of the conference. Hopefully we'll see you around.
Will do. Cheers.
We're super appreciative. So let's see. I did have a question. Do you worry about legal issues when looking for or finding bugs, or do you only mention something to companies that have bug bounty programs? That's a good question. So I can tell you that if they don't have a bug bounty program, I'll usually look for their security team's info, and then I might just like, if it's a cool company with cool people, like I might know somebody over there, or a friend of a friend might know somebody, but either way, I'll look at their security team and find out. I say if they're cool, because like some security teams, like it's like one person for like this major company, they're underwater, they don't like their job. That sucks. So it's going to be hard to report to them, but yeah, if it's the government, not at all. I'm not going to submit to them. I mean, even if they have a bounty program, I have no interest in that. And it's more just, I talked about it on a podcast episode once. I told the government that they had a issue in their websites, and next thing I know, it ended badly. And I had it ended up being fine, but for a while there, I thought I was going to be in trouble. And I'm the one that voluntarily reported the issue to them. So yeah, it's a longer story, but I don't know, Seth, what's your policy?
Yeah, if it's a public, like a GitHub, like they're hosted, it's like open source, then I'll submit an issue or something like that. Or if there is a bug bounty, I do have a tendency to shy away from those organizations that don't provide any sort of mechanism on how to contact them with bugs. And in general, I'm doing it for companies on a daily basis, so I don't end up doing much outside of what I'm paid